Hey everyone, Nick here from Talking Cardboard, and today I'll be doing another Kickstarter project unboxing. This time around, the game that I'll be unboxing is called Middara, Unintentional Malum, and it's published by Succubus Publishing. And I backed this project in July of 2019. I just received it on my doorstep a few weeks ago. Actually, it went to my parents' place because, again, with address changes, I just had it shipped to my parents. So they got this giant box on their doorstep and ended up handing it off to me a few days ago. But with that said, I'll be honest with you guys, I really don't know much about this game. Other than it's a cooperative dungeon crawler for 1 to 4 players. I do think the expectation is you're playing with 4 characters each round. I saw that there's rules to play with 2 or 3. But of course you can play it solitaire and just manage 4 characters by yourself. And it has kind of an anime style theme, and at least that's what I would call it. And this project, like I said, I backed in July 2019, but this was like the second print of this game. The first print was a successfully funded Kickstarter project back at around 2015, I want to say, for what I think was the first act of this game. And then in 2019, they did a reprint of the first act, but then also added acts 2 and 3, which I believe completes the trilogy of this game or system or whatever you want to call it. And I don't know exactly what was going through my head in July of 2019 when I came across the Kickstarter page for this game. It wasn't until a few weeks ago that I got the shipping notification that it was on its way that I decided to go back in my email history to see what exactly I backed. And I assumed that I only got the first act of the game because I knew that it was a pretty meaty game as it was, and that the second and third acts probably wouldn't be necessary because I've got the impression there was a lot of gameplay in that first act. Well, apparently, I shouldn't be surprised by my board game acquisition disorder self in 2019. I decided I needed all 3 acts, and so I did the all-in pledge, which was $275. I hate to even admit that on camera, but that's what it was. It was $275. Honestly, I can't say that it wasn't worth the money based on all the stuff you get. I haven't obviously opened the box yet, but if you saw the Kickstarter page, you would see you get a ton of content. So, and I mean, I think if you got this, all 3 acts, I don't know if you'd ever in your whole life get through all the stuff. And yet, even though I have all these other games, again, like I said, my board game acquisition disorder self decided I needed all 3 acts. So lucky me, now it finally arrived to my doorstep. So a few other aspects of this Kickstarter project. It did have 12,000 backers. And again, this is the second print. So this isn't the first time this game was printed. The first time it probably had thousands of backers too, but the second print also had thousands of backers, and that raised a total of $2.5 million. And I backed in. It was successfully funded in July 2019. The Wave 1 ship date was for May of 2020. I believe this is Wave 1. Wave 1 being what I think is just Act 1. And then for those crazy people like me who also got Act 2 and 3, that stuff's supposed to ship in Wave 2, which I guess is in December of this year. Now, considering Wave 1 was essentially delayed a year, I could imagine Wave 2 will also be delayed, who knows, maybe a year. I haven't really been following the Kickstarter updates. I'm sure they've made this very clear in their Kickstarter updates when the next wave is supposed to be shipping roughly, but I have so many projects that I have backed as it is, and then already have tons of games as it is, so I don't really follow these Kickstarter project updates very closely, as much as I hate to admit that. So anyway, I don't mind it only getting to me now. I'm sure if this is only Act 1, I'll be fine waiting probably another few years for Act 2, even though I'm sure there's a lot of backers out there that are saying, no, don't say that. We want Act 2 as soon as possible. But in Act 2 and 3, I should say, or Wave 2. But this looks like it's going to be way more than enough to satisfy me. And honestly, I don't even know if I need that second wave of content. Also, more about Succubus Publishing. Looked in to see if they did any other games in their history. The only other game that I saw was called Assemblage of Eternity, which looked like a failed Kickstarter project back in 2013. And I find it crazy that they apparently rebounded from that failed project to have one of the biggest board game Kickstarter projects that there is that I've ever seen on Kickstarter besides Gloomhaven and Kingdom Death Monster. This has to be the next in line besides those two games. So congrats, or well done to the Succubus Publishing Company for having such a successful project. And finally, part of the reason why I did back it is the first print of Middara got a lot of good praise from what I saw online on BGG. So even though I didn't, like I said at the beginning, I don't know much about this game, that's kind of what led me into backing this second print of the game, is that the first print seemed to get a lot of positive reviews. So I wasn't just throwing $275 into the fire. Like, this game, from what I understand, definitely should be relatively solid. So that's why I was comfortable enough backing the game to begin with. And the designer is Brooklyn Lundberg. And like I said, cooperative, 1 to 4 players. So with that said, let's get into the unboxing part of the video, because I've been really waiting to open this up and see what exactly I backed. All right, so here we go. The box is pretty heavy, and it's kind of, I don't think the scale comes across as well as I'd like it to in the camera, but maybe as I start pulling things out, it will be easier for me to do that. Lots of packing peanuts. Looks nicely packaged. There was a relatively big dent in the side of the box, so I was a little worried, but I'm gonna have to stand up for this. Oh my god. Alright, so here it is. It does say, does it say Act 1 on that side? Yeah, I can't read backwards. It definitely does. So as you see there, this is just Act 1. Just Act 1 in this box. If you want to do a size comparison to some of my other games, hopefully you can kind of see that this thing is relatively big. Man, as big as the... yeah, it's probably one of, in size-wise, is not as chunky as Gloomhaven, but volume-wise, probably very comparable to a Gloomhaven box. Maybe a little smaller, but weight-wise, this thing's pretty heavy, almost like a brick of metal. Now, in terms of other content, there is no other, just to make sure, yeah, no other like game boxes in this box. So then this clearly is what I should be expecting, which is more than enough as it is. Like I said, somehow I got 2 additional acts coming in the mail in the future, and boy, I'm wondering if they're not as big as this first act. I have zero idea, but if they are, holy cow, is that going to be a lot of stuff. Now, let's tear off the shrink wrap here. And, really cool artwork, by the way. Let's take a minute to notice that. Again, I'm not a huge artwork type person, but for the sake of those that are, you can see it's a nicely decorated box. Let me just read the back off to you guys, just to set a little more context for this game. So, welcome to Middara, a vibrant alternate world fantasy setting with a modern day flair. Players follow the young princess Nightingale and her trusted group of friends as they embark on a wild journey through the kingdom of Elenia. Together, the group must brave Middara's dangerous caves, winding forests, ancient ruins, and haunted dungeons. They'll face moral dilemmas, battle lethal opponents, recruit new allies, and make decisions that will radically change the outcome of the adventure. With a 483 page adventure book containing over 90 hours of content, Middara Unintentional Melon Act 1 is a unique, story driven board game for 1 to 4 players, heavily inspired by JRPG tactics, mechanics, and atmosphere. The player customization is nearly endless. Using a point-buy system, players build their own classes by mixing and matching over 200 different items and over 110 different abilities. So prepare to gear up, kill monsters, get loot, and level up. Well, there you go. I couldn't really summarize this game any better than that. And I mean, you could pause the video if you want. I'll zoom in on the contents. I know it's backwards, I think, but I'm sure I can fix that on my camera, but a lot of stuff in this game. So let's take the shrink wrap off and open up the box. Narrative-driven game. Sounds like they... Oh yeah, I love how the it's maybe hard to see, but the artwork kind of has the artwork. Yeah, you can kind of see it has this kind of texture to it, which is really cool. It really pops out at you, you know. And the box is nice and meaty. Always a good sign of a high quality game. Wow. Well, right away I met with just a huge assortment of minis. As with artwork, I'm not like a expert in mini quality, but really these look pretty nice. I don't know the resin quality of these minis, but in my mind, yeah, they're in my mind the type of material that doesn't just snap very easily. Like, you know, if you want to actually crack one and break one of these, you're gonna have to really make an effort to do so, which is always my concern with miniatures, is the miniatures themselves snapping or breaking. So that's great. Here's the bigger minis that come with the game. I have the lore of this game is completely unique, is to my understanding, to the to this world or IP. They actually kind of promote that this isn't, you know, typical fantasy flair like with orcs and goblins, that it's all unique. And here's a really unique looking thing on it. It's like a person coffin monster. I have no idea what that is. I'm interested in finding out, playing the game and finding out when that thing comes on the table. Okay, so there's the minis. Let's see what else we've got here. Wow. A lot of... Geez, there's just a tons of literature in this thing. So... What's unique about... Oh, there we go. Oh, this is the rulebook. Yeah, they give you this nice kind of, I guess, courtesy protection sheet on the rulebook. But this is the rulebook. It's spiral. It's a spiral-bound rulebook. Nice quality pages. The rulebook here seems to be 75 pages. It doesn't look like it's that many, but it does count to be 75 pages. So I'll be looking through that shortly. Next, we have what's called the diagram book for Unintentional Malum Act 1. Okay, this is the diagrams of a bunch of map orientations. I don't know. They don't call it scenario book. They just show you the diagrams of different maps, and I guess in each case they give you like a simple setup of a few units to spawn on the items or whatnot. So I'm guessing that works in conjunction with the campaign. Here's the Middara crawl book. Um, and okay, this is what I'm more used to, I guess, from a scenario standpoint, in that you have the setup of the scenario, but then a bunch of special notes and blah blah blah. Um, and this is 43 pages total. A lot of different. Oh, weird. I was about to say that it looks like there was a printing error. Like a lot of the stuff is red and you can't really read it at all. And I was like, oh no, it looks like they made a mistake. And I want to say that was on purpose because they have those glasses or goggles that allow you to read so you don't spoil stuff. I'm not 100% sure. I don't see the goggles immediately. Okay. There you go. Using the book. To use this book, players will need to use the provided red reveal decoder. This tool is used to reveal hidden text covered in red blocks. So there's a red reveal decoder. Oh, that must be. Well, I'll probably find that eventually. It sounds like it definitely was supposed to look like that, and there's some sort of decoder thing somewhere that allows me to read the text, which is I've not played a game like that. That's great. Obviously, I'm sure there's plenty of dungeon crawlers that have text that you aren't supposed to read until a given moment, and you might accidentally read by accident, and so this is obviously a great way of preventing that from happening. And then here we have a Middara Bounty Pack Blighted Tear Difficulty 2 reward offered. It says, I don't know what this really is. It looks like an additional type of scenario thing. It's just got a bunch of scenario stuff. So, more content, more playing. Alright, so then a bunch of cards that look like this. I'm guessing these are these maybe are the hero cards that you get to choose from to play with. Or they're the enemies. I'm not 100% sure, but you get a ton of them. Man, there's just tons of card decks in general in this game. This says, stop. Do not reveal cards in this deck until specifically instructed to do so. So I will heed their warning and not look any further into these cards, but maybe additional monsters you might be facing. I don't know what these cards are, but they're kind of that Tarot size card, which is nice. All right, and then this is apparently the actual scenario campaign book, and man, this just to read this for pleasure it's 483 pages. Wow. And spiral bound. It seems like fantastic quality. Lots of great illustration and artwork in this. And all the literature I've looked through so far, just keep that in mind, even though I'm not doing a good job of doing it justice, but the art in this game is super flavorful. This thing is super intimidating, but I mean, this is just Act 1. Can I repeat that one more time? This is just Act 1. And okay, now cards. Looks like weapons, items. Oh, here's the decoder. So, there you go. That's what I was hoping was in the box, and it is. So now I can read all the red paragraphs for the in the scenarios. So, looks like weapons and items, and more weapons and item cards, and more weapons, item cards. Looks like more weapon and item cards. Armor is what that said. More scimitar, weapon item. This is what looks like weapons item. That's a consumable of some sort. Stop. This is a hidden thing of cards. More weapon and items. Looks like more weapon and items. Another bottled blessing and corpse collector consumable, whatever that does. Oh, and by the way, more small sized cards for who knows what. This one's another stop hidden deck. And then assemblage level 1. I don't even know what that actually means. Maybe these are maybe these are skill cards. That's probably what. Oh, this is called an armor upgrade, an item upgrade. Looks like there's minerals and materials in this game. Weapon upgrade for this card. Initiative card on that side. So who knows what all these mini decks are for. This says Merchound, so maybe the mini cards also are used for the bad guys. And this looks like an ability of some sort called Mend. And then on the other side it says Assemblage level 1 again. And Water LOA. I don't know. That looks like a bad guy, but. And then on the other side it's Sanctus level 2. Maybe Assemblage is the name of a character. I don't know. All right, so there are a lot of looks like whatchamacallit, counter holders or token holders. I'm sure some of the enemies must be represented by 2D cardboard, which is totally fine. There's so much stuff in this game as it is. A bunch of bases, colored bases for the different character miniatures. I'm not exactly sure when you would use these, but those are included. Extra baggies, which is really nice. When there isn't much of an insert in here, a usable insert. Like I think I would probably just throw away this plastic thing, and these are nice. I always hate throwing these ones away because they hold miniatures so nicely, but they aren't super efficient on space. And then finally, the game map tiles. Looks like all the tiles for the game, for the scenarios, are here. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1. There's 6 by 6 square tiles. So they looks like they're double-sided. Really illustrated artwork. Looks like there's lots of different terrain features and stuff. I always appreciate a game that has terrain already on the map, so you don't have to worry about fiddling with terrain tokens. And that gets me to the bottom of the box, which part of me wants to say there's something down there. Oh, and there was. I'm glad I did that. So, on the bottom, here are all the baddies that I guess would be using the standee type baddies. I assume some of the big boss baddies get a 3D miniature, but the regular baddies use those. And there's How could I have a dungeon crawler without cardboard tokens? So tokens galore on that. Tokens galore here. Wow, just like crazy amount of types of tokens too. Like tokens galore here. I'll be fun to organize. And then, oh, nice. So this is just looks like kind of for protection. And then a world map, which I assume is used in the campaign. And that was exhausting. Wow, that was like a workout just to go through all this stuff. I'm almost scared to wrap my mind around trying to think of how I'm going to organize all this stuff. My hope is once I start reading the rules and everything, they give you kind of a nice way of getting your toes wet in this game. But let's just state the obvious. This is an impressive amount of content. All good quality. I didn't even touch on the dice yet, but here are the dice. Some 6-sided die, but no, none of them are standard 6-sided die. They're all unique in color, and they're all 6-sided die, but not your standard, traditional 6-sided die. They have unique symbols and different colors, so I'm sure I'll figure out what each of those means soon enough. But these seem nice. Yeah, so I'm impressed. I mean, I guess to be honest, I kind of was expecting, a good quality game based on what I had heard from the first print run, but that doesn't mean that this had to be as impressive to me in person as it turned out being. So already I'm excited to learn more about this game. Unfortunately, like I said, I just don't know much about it, um, and now I kind of have to start reading about the rules and how to play. But I don't know how long, if I can do a short enough playthrough to kind of show you guys the game. But that's my intent next. So I'll be back soon once I know how to play and hopefully set up a scenario to actually show how this game works, and then give my final first impression, or my first impressions of this game after actually playing it. So see you guys soon. So here we have the first encounter for Middara set and ready to play. And before I go any further, I do want to say that there could be some spoilers that are mentioned in this first scenario or first encounter, but it is the very first encounter of the campaign. So if you were to play this game yourself, anything we experience during this initial playthrough, you'd be experiencing within the first hour or two of your first playthrough of the game. So I just want to point that out because I'm sure some players really want to experience it, a game, especially a campaign game like this, the first time on their own without any kind of background. So, but with that said, the other thing I want to touch on is the rule book. So I did read through this rule book already um, before we get before I decided to start playing the game, because there is a lot to read through. In total, the rule book is about 75 pages. Now, that sounds like a lot, and in a way, it is a lot. In this rule book, there are a decent amount of illustrations, but there's also a lot of text. And so I may not have every rule down yet, and I might need to reference the rule book a few times while doing this playthrough. But also, I might get some things wrong. Typically, I don't like doing something in a game unless I know 100% I'm doing it right. But in the case of this playthrough video, I might, for the sake of time, maybe not look up every little rule every single time I'm not 100% sure on something. But anyway, that's the rule book. And one other thing that I want to point out is the box, I think, says this game is for 2 to 4 players. Like any cooperative game, you can play a game, playing all 4 characters by yourself. So you could play it essentially solo, or maybe it says 1 to 4 players on the box. And you could play every adventurer, is what they're called in this game. You can control all of them. But already I feel that doing that is kind of difficult, because as you can see, for each adventurer they have a variety of items that's unique to them. They do have their own unique abilities on their adventure character sheet here. So to keep track of what each adventurer does is a little daunting. But I know there's a lot of players out there that are okay with doing that sort of thing. So but I just want to throw that out there, that if you're getting this game with the idea of playing it solo, do know that there's a lot that you're going to have to manage when playing through this game. Now, there are apparently rules to play this as a 2 or 3 with just 2 or 3 adventures, I think. But it definitely seems this game is meant to be played with 4 adventures, because the campaign book says for this first scenario, use these 4 adventures. So I'm not sure exactly how that would work, unless if you're playing there's another, besides the campaign mode, there's a crawl mode in which you only just play an encounter and not a whole succession of encounters. So maybe for that mode you can just play with 2 or 3 adventures instead. But the rules even say to play that way, to look those rules up online. They don't actually come with the game, so that to me just kind of reinforces that this game is really meant to be played with, for sure, 4 adventurers. But again, depending, it's up to you if you are okay managing 4 adventures at once if you want to play it by yourself. Um, and The other thing that I quick want to touch on here is just a brief overview of all these components on the table, um, because I know there's a lot that you're looking at right now, and um, I don't want to go into detail on what everything is, just because that will take a long time. Um, but but just so you at least have an idea of what each of these things are, I want to quickly go over everything. So first of all, you have 5 different what I'm calling tech trees of skills. So there's assemblage, sanctus, subterfuge, cruor, and martial, and each of these skill tech trees give you learn them as with experience points gained by playing the campaign, and then each of those any of these abilities that you learn or skills you learn give your then adventurer passive abilities or active abilities that then of course you can use during a game to help you either defend against attacks or do more damage against the enemy or protect your your allies, that sort of thing. And so each of those skill tracks have their own kind of theme to them. Martial, for example, is focused more on like fighting type of abilities. But the other ones, some maybe focus more on magic and spell type of abilities. And like I said, so um, that's what those cards are for. Each adventure does start with one card already from one of the decks. Um, I'll touch on that soon, but that's what these things are. The dice over here, you can see there's a whole slew of different colored dice. Each different colored dice does have slightly different odds. Typically, the higher the number, the better for the die. So that means, like looking at they give you this die chart on the back of the rule book for a reference, which is kind of helpful for sure to kind of understand what die colors are better than others. So purple is essentially the most basic because purple has the smallest value of 1, and then white I guess would be the next because white's smallest value is 2, and the highest value of only 7. But the symbols also are important. So typically you want symbols if you can get them because you can use symbols for additional damage or other effects if you roll them. So having more symbols is usually a good thing. And then this black die is only symbols, and you get to roll the black die in certain instances, but typically the black die is a really good die to roll because you're guaranteed essentially 4 symbols most of the time in the skull. So that's the dice that's included in this game. Next, you have a whole slew of equipable items. You have weapons, relics, armor, consumables, and the things called cores. I mean, I guess I've never heard that term used before for an item type, but I guess in this game, cores are kind of like a defensive type of accessory, but there's also accessories in this game. So there's accessories and then there's cores, but cores to me are like accessories anyway. I mean, that's what they look like when I look at their pictures. But and then the consumables are items that you have a one-time use and you're done. So that's self-explanatory. And real quick, I guess I'll at least go over an item, a weapon item. So every weapon is going to, first of all, denote the color of die you get to roll. If a adventurer had no item equipped or weapon equipped for either hand, each hand would be able to roll a purple die in combat. So essentially, if you have nothing equipped to your adventure, you're rolling 2 purple die when fighting. But by carrying a weapon, you might have get to roll better die. In this case, it actually tells you that this weapon only gives you a purple die as well, which sounds kind of crappy. But then if you read further, there's this combo tag. That's what these black things are called. They're called tags. And there's this combo tag that says combo light, which means if I have this sword equipped with a weapon that matches the description on this combo tag, which is light, meaning if I have this weapon equipped with another light weapon, I'm granted then these additional abilities. So first of all, then I can exhaust this as if I want to reroll a combat die, which is a nice ability. But then also it says finesse and then white, meaning that I get to upgrade this purple die to a white die. So in the case of this Zeke character, he does actually have another light weapon or short sword, which is a light weapon as described up here. So then both of his short swords would actually be using white die instead of that purple die, because the other short sword has the exact same tag. Anyway, so color of die is what you're rolling and when you're actually attacking. This tells you if it's a one-handed or two-handed weapon. Obviously, if it's a two-handed weapon, you can only have then just that one two-handed weapon. And then whether it's melee, ranged, or both, and in this case the sword symbol means melee. And then any additional effects that the weapon is capable of doing. So if I exhaust this, I can then move diagonally, it's nice to have that movement flexibility. Then I just described what this combo thing means. And then at the bottom, it tells you how you can utilize those symbols on the die that I was showing you. So if in total I were to roll at least 2 shields, whether on the same die or amongst the multiple die that I'm rolling, I can exchange 2 shields to do 2 more physical damage, which will definitely come in handy once you start trying to attack enemies. So I won't go through all these items or weapons just for the sake of time, but that gives you an idea of what a weapon card looks like. And then as we play through the game, I'll definitely go into detail into what these other items are doing for my characters or adventurers. All right, so that's essentially all the components, at least the cards, the die. Let's take a quick look at the map here. So the tiles have a lot of terrain already on them. The red outline terrain are impassable block terrain that blocks line of sight. And then you have these terrain that squares that are outlined in this with a dotted green line. And that's like rough terrain. It costs 2 movement points to move out of rough terrain. It also subtracts 1 from your attack roll if line of sight crosses through that type of terrain. And then in this particular encounter setup, it tells you to place these various tokens which are unique to the encounter setup. These ones are called totems. And basically, they're like event activation tokens. So once one of my adventurers get within line of sight of one of those tokens, the encounter provides some story information that I will then need to read using the decoder tool right here. And something's going to happen once an adventurer gets within line of sight of that. And I can tell you right now, just looking at the fact that I'm not originally supposed to spawn any enemies on this encounter, that most likely those totems are going to have me putting enemies out onto the board. Also, this is the one piece of terrain that actually I did have to place onto the board, and it's actually a movable rock. So the encounter gives me rules. It already does say that if I want to do a strength check, I can move that block out of the way, and I'm probably going to have to do that because the terrain above and below that rock, movable rock, is called dangerous terrain, but essentially I think it's like a pitless hole that once you walk into that, you die. So you can see that I don't really have any other way around this area except by moving that rock out of the way. So I'm going to have to do a strength check at some point. And you can technically jump over terrain. So in theory, I think I could jump over that dangerous terrain if I really wanted to. But then you have to do a skill check, and if you fail the skill check, you're still falling down that and bottomless pit. So, and then the loot token is like a totem token, except that it's not like there's no line of sight to activate it. I actually just have to walk up to it and use an adventure to interact with it, and then I get to read what that gives me or does for me if I decide I want to go for that, which of course I do. And then finally, there's that exit token at the top right corner, and that's one of the win conditions. So it says if to win, an adventurer ends their turn on the blue exit, and again, it gives me then text to decode and see what I have to do. So, anything else in the miss? Oh yeah, and then the encounter tells you where to put that directional arrow. I assume that there's abilities or game effects that will reference the directional compass, but as of right now, that doesn't mean much to me. Although it does say how to orientate the map. So I assume there's some importance to that. Other than that, I think that goes over everything that's on the board. Then let's just take a look at a character sheet up close so you understand what those are all about. So all of these characters actually have pretty similar beginning statistics, except I would say in the bottom left, their skill ratings for these various skill checks, presence, lore, agility, perception, and strength are a little different from one another. But their other stats, their health, their defense, and their movement are essentially more or less the same. These circles represent their stamina, which is somewhat analogous to action points, and I'll explain once we do a turn how those work, but these are the same across the board for all the adventures. And essentially, the 3 red dots mean you get to start with an encounter with 3 stamina, and also you are recovering 3 stamina every turn, and then you can hold up to a maximum of 5 stamina in total. And that's represented by the fact there's 5 total dots. And then each adventure does have their own unique ability that may or may not be passive or active. And in this case, Zeke's ability is called Nimble Fighter, which isn't a passive ability, so it's always on, and it says once per turn, Zeke may re-roll his dodge roll, and when you're being attacked by an enemy, you have the opportunity to dodge to try to evade the attack, so being able to re-roll that roll is pretty helpful. And then finally, they have Conviction and Casting, and that's related to spells in the game. Casting is rolled if you're actually trying to cast the spell, so that's pretty self-explanatory. Conviction is, I think, if you're having someone cast a spell against you, so it's kind of like your spell defense, so to speak. And every adventure has the same base die for conviction and casting. So, the last thing I want to quickly say is just kind of the story part of the game. I won't read through the whole entire first kind of chapter. So you could almost say it's a campaign book, but it's also like a reading book. Like, there's a decent amount of story text for each, as you go through every single. I mean, this book is 482 pages, so there's tons and tons of text. There's also an app called the Foreteller app, I think, that I downloaded that actually has a voice actor person that reads the text for you to make it a little more, to really immerse yourself in the game a little more. So I actually use that to read through the first chapter of the story. But in short, you have these 4 adventurers that are trying to complete what's called their MAS, which is a magical aptitude skill test or something like that. And I kind of liken it to the owls from the Harry Potter books, which is, I think, Harry Potter 5 is when the owls get introduced. But they're trying to kind of show that they're worthy, students, and this Nightingale and Zeke seem to be buddies, and they also are, mutual friends with this Rook guy who's kind of like this big tank type dude. But when you go through their test, they need a fourth. You need a, these, I guess, tests require groups of four. So their fourth person is this Remy character who the other three people are a little suspicious of. They think this Remy is actually going to weigh them down. That they think that she's maybe not as impactful or effective or good as they are, but that's the person that they've been paired with, so they just have to deal with it. And then finally, I guess one other interesting aspect of the story is that this character's sister is the proctor for the masked exam, which, anyway, I forgot her name, but just one other side note about the storyline. So anyway, we're set up now to complete this encounter, and with that said, let's actually start playing the game. All right, so for the very first turn of the game, you look at or first turn of any round in the game, you look at the initiative track. Now, at the start of an encounter, you have what's called an initiative card for every adventurer and potentially also every enemy or ally or whoever else is in the encounter. And you take their card, you shuffle them together, and then deal them out, and that's the initiative track for that round. And then you repeat this for every round throughout as the game goes on. So I already did that, and based on the results, Zeke's initiative card was drawn first. So Zeke then gets to take his turn first. And what do you do on your turn? Well, here we have the phases of an adventurer's turn. So the very first part of the turn is the start of turn phase, which says resolve abilities and effects that occur at the start of a turn. Zeke does not have any, so you ignore that, or he ignores that anyway. And then you have the status phase. Any effects and abilities that have the status tag occur during this phase. And he does not have any status tags, so he ignores that. Then refresh phase, where you get to recover your stamina. And in this case, since he has 3 red dots there, he would recover 3 stamina. But, as it says here, do not gain stamina points during the refresh phase of their first turn of an encounter. So we skip that. Now we move to the action phase. And that's where, you guessed it, the action happens. And what can you do? What are the possible actions that a adventurer can do on their turn? Well, I'm glad you asked. So this next page shows you the list of actions. And it's actually pretty simple. I mean, considering this is a 74-page rulebook, the number of actions are rather limited. Not to say this game lacks complexity. I'm just saying that I found it kind of nice, in fact, that there was only a few different actions that you really needed to worry about. So there's move, there's attack, there's an encounter action. In this case, in this encounter, I think the only encounter action is interacting with that blue loot in this third map tile here. And then re-equip, and that's if I want to, switch out weapons or armor for whatever reason, but that's not really something I would be doing this first encounter anyway, because he doesn't really have anything else to re-equip with. And then there's also these standard abilities, which aren't really actions, but they require stamina, so just to keep in mind. It's important to keep these in mind, or understand that if you want to do any of these other things, you're going to have stamina to spare. So dodging is when you're being attacked. You can spend a stamina to try to negate the attack. Empower allows you to you get to add the black die to an attack to improve your chances of dealing damage. And then counter allows you to attack an enemy back if you successfully don't take any damage. So, what do I want Zeke to do? Well, I definitely am going to have him move, because as of right now, that's really the only real option for him. And with that said, when you do the move action, you first of all have to pay the stamina cost, and it's only 1 stamina point. So I spend that stamina point, and then I get his total allotment of movement points, which is located in the bottom right, and it's 6 total movement points for Zeke. And essentially 1 space of movement is considered 1 movement point, except for the green, the dotted green squares, which count for 2 movement points to actually move out of. But with that said, I'm going to first move, and you can only move orthogonally in Middara. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. And I've got a quick check to see if that gives line of sight. Because if that blue token is now within his line of sight, he's going to have to read whatever the blue totem paragraph is in the campaign book. And this dangerous terrain does not block line of sight, but this potentially would block line of sight. And right now, it's really hard for me to say if it actually blocks line of sight or not. But I'm going to say it doesn't block line of sight, or this does block line of sight. So the next thing I'm going to actually do is just spend one of his abilities from his sword. If I exhaust the card, which is just turning it on its side like that, if I exhaust, I get a diagonal movement, and I'll put it here, or put him there, and now that gives me the opportunity to activate that blue totem. So because that blue totem is in line of sight of Zeke, and then we get to read what the blue totem activates or does. And not sure if the decoder tool is going to come up very well in the camp for you guys. Yeah, it's hard for you guys to read, I understand. Okay, but it says, as you approach the boulder in your path, a scurrying sound echoes from the other side of the chasm. Spawn 2 cave sickles on any normal terrain space adjacent to the blue totem. So I should put this back quickly. So I need to spawn 2 what's called cave sickles adjacent to that. But then it says, your heart sinks as you hear skittering coming from behind you as well. You whirl around and find yourself facing 2 more cave sickles. Spawn 2 cave sickles on any unoccupied normal terrain space on the south side of tile UM11. So UM11 is this tile, and it says I can spawn 2 cave sickles. I have to spawn 2 cave sickles on this southern edge, in addition to the 2 that would go adjacent there. So first, I'm going to place 2 up there, and to place a cave sickle, I first need to get their character card, the enemy character cards now, and each cave sickle character card gives me the opportunity, or manages up to 3 cave sickles. We need to place 4 total, so then we need actually both cave sickle character sheets, and then I place them on the board accordingly, and you just go in number order. So the first 2 cave sickles are spawned up there, so number 1 and 2, which will be the red one and the purple one. And then the 3rd one and 4th one will be placed on the southern edge down here. So I'm going to place 1 here. And then actually I'm just going to go ahead and place 1 here. Right in front of those adventures since they are going to have the opportunity to hopefully attack on their turn. Now, as you're probably wondering, well, how do I update the initiative track? The rules say that when you spawn additional enemies in the middle of your turn, their initiative cards actually are the next initiative cards that would occur. So they actually go in like that, and they're immediately going to be able to take a turn before any of these other 3 adventures get to go, which kind of stinks, but that's the rules of the game. I know you're probably wondering, well, what do these cave sickles do? The AI in the game is, or when it's an enemy's turn, their turn is completely dictated by their character card. So I'll go through that when it's the Cave Sickle's turn. But they also then have these same base stats as the adventurers, health, defense, and movement. Armor actually isn't called out on the adventurers cards. And so therefore actually every adventurer starts with 0 armor, but armor is provided by what items that you can equip. So for these case sickles though, they have 0 armor, and then their combat dice, so they automatically are rolling 2 white die every time. And then they have a conviction defense or spell defense, if you want to. I call it spell defense, I guess, is white and purple, and they can't cast spells. And but their ability, they have 2 passive abilities. One is this sickle anatomy. Wow, sickle anatomy, which says that they have immunity to poison and movement point cost is not increased by terrain or allies. And then also this hive mind ability, which is a little scary. It says the cave sickles combat dice and defensive dice change depending on how many other cave sickles are within their sphere of influence. Sphere of influence is any area or space, I should say, within 4 of your of the character that you're checking the sphere of influence for. So essentially, they do much better in greater numbers. So I have to try to eliminate them quickly because as they group together, they're going to become much more difficult to defeat. So, taking care of the cave sickles, even though those cave sickles spawned, it is still Zeke's turn. Zeke has just done an action for movement. He then used this ability to, or exhausted that ability to move the diagonal. So, as you can see right now, he's in prime position to start whacking away at the cave sickle number 3. And he's going to take the opportunity to do that, and that's going to be an attack action. Now, for an attack, the rules do say that costs 2 points of stamina. So, there goes his remaining 2 stamina, and now he's going to attack. And let's just go through the attack steps together, because I'm still learning with you guys. So choose the target. Well, the target is clearly the cave sickle in front of him. Hopefully he realizes that. And then we build the combat pool. So as I explained not too long ago, his swords normally would give just a purple die, but because he's got 2 of them and they have the combo ability, he actually gets 2 white die. So right now he's rolling in, no pun intended, with 2 white die of combat. And then let's see what's next. If he, empower. So now, if I wanted to, I can empower the die pool by adding in a black die. But that does cost a stamina, and I don't have any more stamina. And some items actually give you the empower ability, but I don't think he does. I'm just checking his cards quick to make sure. Yeah. So no, he doesn't have the ability to empower this attack. Then we go to dodge. So check if the target uses dodge. The adventurers always have the ability to do dodge if they want to spend a stamina for it, if they're being attacked by something. The enemies may or may not have dodge, and it would be determined on the character sheet if it calls out that enemy has the ability to dodge. In this case, these cave sickles, they're like crabs, right? Like they don't have the ability to dodge, so they don't dodge. And then we go to roll to hit. So I make an attack roll, and so to make an attack roll, the attacker rolls their combat dice pool. And let's go ahead and do that. The higher the better. So let's get some high numbers. And I didn't really. I got a 2 and a 4. Kind of very poor results. But his first sword's already exhausted to move, which will allow me to move diagonally. But his other sword still has the exhaust to reroll one of your combat die. So I'm going to exhaust this one to take advantage of that ability. I'm going to keep my 4, although it's still not a great roll. It's better than this 2. And I'm going to re-roll the 2. And can't do any worse than a 2. And I got a 2. Wow. Okay. There you go. So, great start. So now I have a total of 6. Let's get back to the attack steps. I spend the symbols and abilities to add to the attack roll. He doesn't have any other abilities that really help him out here. And 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 for symbols, one shield unfortunately isn't enough to, he doesn't have his he needs 2 shields to do 2 plus damage, 2 physical. So one shield does nothing for him. So he only, yeah. And then determine if the attack hit. If the total number rolled on the combat dice is equal to or greater than the target's defense, the attack hits. And when we look at the Cave Sickles character card here, their defense is an 8, so I needed to at least have rolled an 8, which I did not do. And therefore, the attack actually misses. So then if otherwise the attack misses, and the attacker immediately goes to the check of the target counter step. And I'm guessing certain enemies might be able to counter if it says on their sheet they counter, but I don't see that for the Cave Sickles. So then I think I just go to this step, which is the attack missed, and we're done. Now you might say, okay, well, Zeke is completely done, or his turn is completely done, but he does have one trick up his sleeve, and that's his ability card, which is a martial card from the martial tech tree of abilities. And it says, Blade Works, if you have 2 one-handed weapons equipped, make a melee attack. Zeke happens to have 2 short swords. What a coincidence that this is the ability the game gives you to start with for Zeke. But anyway, so I can exhaust this to essentially make a free attack. Like, he doesn't even need to have any stamina for me to use that ability. So I'll definitely do that and do a whole nother attack against that Cave Sickle. First part is determining the die pool, but I know it's going to be the 2 white die again. I can't empower the attack, so it's no black die added. So again, let's get some big numbers. Okay, there, that's much better. I really like this 7. Wow, that's like, I think the 6 of the white die. Lots of symbols, and it's 7. And then 3. So that's 10 right there. So 10 is, if you know math, basic math, 10 is higher than 8. So then we actually hit with this attack this time. And you calculate the difference between the defense and the attack. And in this case, the difference was 2. So there's 2 physical damage already. Now I get to spend symbols that add damage. And in the case of his short sword, 2 shields give plus 2 damage, and a star gives plus 1 damage. And from this die alone, we have 2 shield and a star. So that's plus 3 damage. So that's 5 damage. And then it says subtract armor. The armor for these Cave Sickles is 0. They have I guess they're soft shell crab Cave Sickles. And calculate the final and deal final damage. So 5 total damage is going to Cave Sickle Orange, number 3. And use follow-up abilities. So this time, since it wasn't a missed attack, I actually would have the opportunity to do a follow-up ability. But I currently don't have any follow-up abilities for Zeke. So that means I get to take some damage tokens, thankfully, and apply them to Cave Sickle number 3, like so. And now I'm going to keep track, I guess it's a little out of... And, I should clarify that their health is 6 each. So they do have to, unfortunately, take 1 more point of damage to die. Or Cave Sickle 3 has to take 1 more point of damage to actually die, But hey, considering how bad that first attack went, I'm not going to complain about how well that second attack went. And now we're finally done with Zeke's first turn, because he attacked, he used his abilities that were available to him, and now all of his stuff that I can exhaust is exhausted, and we will move on to Cave Sickle 1 through 3's initiative card. So to denote that Zeke's done, I'm just going to turn him to the side like that, and we move on to the Cave Sickle turn. Alright, so Cave Sickle 1 through 3's turn. Now, what's nice about these character, or what's called intelligent combatant cards, the AI, instead of calling them AI, they call them intelligent combatants. There are cards tell you essentially exactly what they're going to do down in this part of the card. So you go in order, number order of the card. So Cave Sickle number 1 gets to go first, and we just simply read what it says they will do. So first, is there an opponent adjacent? There's not, so we get to immediately skip down to the next one. Then, is there an opponent within range 4? Range is both orthogonal and diagonal, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So Zeke's actually at range 5, so then this one is also false. Then the third one is, can it move and make an opponent? Can it move and attack an opponent within range 4? And then it says move to be at up to range 4 from the nearest opponent. Then make a attack, a 4 attack, ranged attack. Oh yeah, I think that's saying that the range of the attack is up to 4 spaces. And that one actually is yes, it can do that. And the reason being is right now this boulder is blocking the terrain for the Cave Sickle as well as us adventurers. But us adventurers have the ability to jump over this dangerous terrain. So do the intelligent combatants. And actually the rules say that an intelligent combatant typically won't want to jump into that stuff, but will if it's their only option, but only if the jump is less than 2 spaces. In this case, the number of spaces this Cave Sickle is going to have to jump is 1, 2, and then 3. And to be within 4 spaces of Zeke, because that would be 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. So either of these spaces would be valid ending spots for this Cave Sickle. And with that said, I'm just going to say that he's going to go for that space. Alright, so to do that, the skill check is is handled differently for the intelligent combatants as it is for the adventurers. The adventurers actually have skills for each type of, or values for each type of skill check, and this would normally be an agility skill check for an adventurer, but in the case of the intelligent combatants, they don't have ratings for the various types of skills. So all they do is they just roll the black die, and if they roll anything other than the skull, they succeed. So essentially, this Cave Sickle will have a 1 in 6 chance of dying, which would be great. But he's going to try for that jump from here to there, and if he succeeds, he's going to try to make an attack against Zeke. So let's see what happens. Let's hope for that skull. And it's not a skull. So what that means is he successfully goes 1, 2, and jumps over there. A picture of flying crab coming at you. That'd be kind of scary. And lands. And now we're going back to the Cave Sickle's command chart thing. It will do a ranged attack of 4, and the attack for a enemy is handled very similarly to how it's handled for us adventurers, but the one thing that I need to keep in mind is their hive mind ability. So The cave sickle's combat dice and defense dice change depending on how many other cave sickles are within their sphere of influence. So, like I said, sphere of influence is anything within 4 spaces. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's one there, 1, 2, 3, 4, or yeah, 1, 2, 3, one there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 2. So 2 means those 2 white dice have now upgraded to 2 orange dice. So that's kind of scary. But let's just go through the attack protocol, which means I roll these 2 orange die, and now I want low numbers. Zeke's defense, by the way, is okay. It's 9, but then he has his utility core here provides +1. So he actually has a defense of 10. So I want less than 10 on these dice. Let's see what happens. And in fact, it's a 4 and a 4, which is an 8, which is less than 10. In this case, we look at the symbol to see if the symbols rolled on these dice were books. So on the combatant's card, we see if books do anything, and in fact, only shields give it +1 damage. So books are meaningless for the cave sickles, and that's fantastic because if these things get 1 attack off, well, okay, never mind. I should take that back. So point is, nothing happens. This guy tried to shoot. I don't know what they're shooting. I mean, it looks like they have claws. Maybe they shoot fire claws at you or something like that from a distance. But point is that this cave sickle number 1, his turn is now done. So we would move to cave sickle number 2. Cave sickle number 2 is going to attempt essentially the very same thing. They're going to go 1 space of movement and then try to jump here, I guess. So it'd be 1, and then they have to do their skill check, and they just can't get a skull, and they make it. And they also made it. And I should take this blue token off. So they will go here now, and to be within 4 of Zeke. 1, 2, 3. Yep. So, and I forgot that because their line of sight is going through the green terrain, it actually minuses 1 to their roll. So that's something I didn't take into account for that first attack. So their first attack was actually a 7. Oops. That first attack was actually a 7. Nonetheless, this cave sickle, we check to see the sphere of influence thing to see how its attack's going to get buffed. And in this case, it's got 2 again. This one's out of its sphere of influence. So this cave sickle number 2 is also going to be rolling 2 orange die for its ranged attack. And let's see what happens. And this time it's a 7, and then again, because of that rough terrain, it goes down to actually a 6. So that's perfect. The book does nothing. So that cave sickle's turn is over as well. Now, finally get to the orange cave sickle. Orange cave sickle number 3 is interesting because they're adjacent to Zeke. And if adjacent, the rules were slightly different. So if there's an opponent adjacent, make a melee attack against the opponent with the most damage, which is only Zeke, or Zeke's the only option. And then they potentially will follow up with another attack, which would happen if they successfully hit me on this first attack. So, they might attack me more than once, depending on how this goes. Also, to note, this cave sickle actually now has 3 cave sickles within its sphere of influence. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And with 3 cave sickles in its sphere of influence, its defense is now boosted by 1, but also it's rolling a green, orange, and a black die. So that's getting kind of scary. So actually, I'm not 100% sure if that's light green or gotta do a quick color check here. So it's teal and green. Is that teal or is that green? Okay, yeah, it's a teal. So they get an orange, a teal, and then the black for this attack. Alright, so essentially same exact combat procedure as before. We first roll to see... Oh, actually, yeah, and I can't dodge because... Zeke, unfortunately, doesn't have any kind of cards that give... He has abilities that help him with dodge if he dodges, but that's not the case. Alright, so I'm rolling all the die. And, oof, alright. Wow, okay. That's a lot of bad stuff. So the value in total is 14. We compare that to his defense, which was 10. So 14 is definitely greater than 10, so he is going to take damage. The initial damage he's going to take is 4, because 14 minus 10 is 4. That does get subtracted by 1 because he does have 1 point of armor, which comes from his full leather jacket here, plus 1 armor. So that 4 damage is decreased to 3. But the cave sickle did roll quite a lot of symbols, and I'm just quickly paging through, going to the attack to make sure I'm reading the attack stuff right. So it was 4 difference. Oh, then I would actually do the abilities before the armor. Not that it makes a difference. So, as shown here, 1 shield is equal to plus 1 damage. And they rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 total shields added to the 4. So it's 9 damage that is actually coming into Zeke. The armor subtracts 1, so that's 8 damage coming into Zeke. But also, this leather jacket does say reduce damage dealt to you from melee attacks by 2. So then that's 6 total damage that Zeke is going to take. So poor Zeke's getting beat up pretty bad. His total health is 12 plus 4. So his total health is 16 actually. But 6 is still, for the very first round of the game, that's a lot of damage that he's taking. And we're not done yet, because in this case, as it says in the attack rules, use follow-up abilities. And in this case, as I was alluding to, there is a follow-up ability for this cave sickle, which says follow. It does the attack and then follow-up, make a melee attack against the same target. And then this follow-up attack has follow-up, make a melee attack against the same target. So if this attack also hits, it's going to follow up a third and final time. Alright, so we roll the same exact die again because the situation is exactly the same, except now Zeke's a little bloodier than before. And this time it's a 10. So number-wise, unfortunately, just high enough. It does equal the 10 defense he has, so it technically does hit, but the initial damage is 0. The initial damage is 0 because because 10 minus 10 is 0, and then we go to spend the symbols to add damage. It does have 1 shield, which is plus 1 damage. And then this is thankfully all books, so nothing added from this die. So 1 damage would come through, but I get to subtract his armor of 1, so that's 0. And then calculate and deal final damage. Any damage remaining after the subtract armor step is completed is the final damage of the attack. Target of the attack and adds damage tokens. Okay. And I'm trying to understand if they still do a follow-up, even though no damage was dealt. If the attack missed, the attack immediately ends and skips the follow-up step. I don't know if it's technically misses or not. I think the attack hits, but no damage was dealt. So I think it still follows. It will still follow up for a third and final attack. And let's see what happens. Okay, great. Perfect. Finally, a bad roll. Only a 7. 7 is less than 10. So nothing really matters here. So Zeke's defenses completely negates this last attack. And Cave Sickle number 3 is finally done, which means all the Cave Sickles from that character intelligent combatant card have taken their turn. So we can exhaust their initiative card, and now we would move into the Cave Sickle 4 through 6 card or initiative. But in this case, there's only one Cave Sickle, which is Cave Sickle number 4, that actually will be taking a turn. All right, so now we will go and do Cave Sickle number 4's turn. Cave Sickle number 4 is adjacent to both the character Rook and the character Nightingale, the character Remy, I should say. And I'm just reading their abilities to see if somehow they have anything. Okay, I don't think anything immediately impacts this Cave Sickle's decision here of what to do. So it does have an opponent that's adjacent, and then it says attack the opponent with the most damage. And in this case, neither of them have damage, in which case, let me quick see what the rules say if it's multiple choices. Sometimes a combatant will have more than one option available to them. Normally the initiative track is used for tiebreakers and determine targets. Oh, okay. So then I think that means it's who's ever first in initiative gets attacked. I'm trying to confirm that. Targeting priority. Okay, there we go. In both cases, if combatants will prioritize the target that's closer to the front of the initiative track. So, okay, looking at the initiative track, Rook here is ahead of Remy, so then Rook is the target of the attack, which I prefer anyway because he does have more damage, so more health, I mean, so I'm fine with him taking this attack on. And in this case, when we look at the sphere of influence of Cave Sickle number 4, they only have 1, 2, 3, 4. So only Cave Sickle, this one Cave Sickle is within its sphere of influence, meaning they, in fact, only get to upgrade one of their attack die to orange. So they will be rolling a orange and a white die. Let me quick take a look at Rook's items here. So his passive is just that he has more health than normal, and he can equip an additional consumable, I guess. And then his weapons, he can gain Empower. Oh, he's also got +1 armor because of that. That's good. And this gives him +2 armor. Wow, so he's got a lot of armor. He's got 3 armor. Okay. Wow. So not actually a lot of really good defensive abilities, but nothing that impacts the current flow of play here. So this Cave Sickle is going to attack, and the Cave Sickle does 14. Roll a 14. And his defense is 9. Um, and these deflection core glasses give him a +1 to defense. So it's actually 10. So 14. This is actually a really good roll now that I think of it. So 14 minus 10 is 4. So it does hit. And as a result, he would take 4 damage. And then also, there's 3 shields here, so 4 plus 3 is 7 points of damage. But let's see how much he gets to negate with his armor. So 7, but then this is 1 armor, and then that's 2 more armor. So 7 minus 3 is 4. So he's taking 4 damage. Yeah, so he takes 4 damage. Which I think isn't an issue for him. Plus we have consumables and stuff that can give back health. So that's okay. But as we remembered from the previous Cave Sickle's attack, because the attack hit and did damage, it's going to do a follow-up of attacking again. And I think it automatically would attack Rook again, especially now because Rook has less health. So Rook will go again. The Cave Sickle will attack Rook again, rolling the same die. And this time, another fantastic roll by this Cave Sickle. So it's a 14, and 14 minus 10 is 4 damage, plus 3 shields, so that's 7 damage again. And I do have this ability that says per encounter I can ignore all physical damage. I think I will just wait on using this because I only can use it for once for this whole encounter, but I do have that in my back pocket. So yeah, he's just gonna take the 7 damage minus the 3 armor that Zeke has, or sorry, that Rook has, which means 4 more points of damage. And that Cave Sickle gets 1 more follow-up attack. I can't believe I'm rolling this well for this stupid thing. All right, there. Literally, like I've rolled 14 twice, and now I go down to a 6. Like this is what I should be rolling. All right, so 6, obviously less than the 10 defense of Rook. So that Cave Sickle is now officially done. Okay. I guess. Well, I didn't do this. I could have done this maybe, but I didn't. I guess I could have spent a stamina to have dodged or tried to dodge an attack, and I decided not to. Rook actually has stamina that I could have used for that. I decided not to. Probably should have, but I didn't. Anyway, we won't go back in time. He took a lot of damage probably because of the result of maybe a bad gameplay choice on my end. But that's okay. So he's heavily damaged, but now I now have 3 turns of adventurers to hopefully take out at least a few of these Cave Sickles, if not all of them, and we get starting with Nightingale's turn. All right, so now we have Nightingale's turn. Nightingale is the character over here, and for Nightingale, I'm going to start by having her move, so I'll spend a stamina for that, and she gets 6 movement points of movement. So she will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and moving into the difficult terrain is only 1 movement point. It's only 1 movement point to move out of difficult terrain, so she can do that for her 6th and final movement point. So now she has 2 stamina left, but for attacking her, a weapon is a longsword, which is a melee weapon. So she doesn't have the ability to attack anything with an attack action. And this her other weapon is actually kind of like a support weapon. I don't really know what I would call it exactly, but it doesn't really have range per se. It kind of relies on it relies on the attack ability of whatever it's equipped with. Um, is at least how I understand it anyway. Definitely a good item, but it's only useful if I'm making a melee attack. So, with that said, one thing though that I can do is use her discipline, which is a Cruor ability called Gore Shot. And it says exhaust casts a spell 6, and then I can deal 2 damage. You may discard, and you may deal yourself 2 damage to deal additional magic damage equal to 2x your highest Cruor discipline, which in this case, the level of this is a level 1. So I could basically, I deal 2 damage and then deal 2 more damage by simply dealing 2 damage to myself. Now, do I want to do that? I'm going to say why not? Why not maximize maybe the opportunity to take some of these bad guys out? So I'm going to first of all exhaust this to get it going. So I'll exhaust that ability. And now we will be doing our first casting or spell action. And like with attacking, I do want to kind of go through this step by step the first time. Because I myself am not super knowledgeable of the spell process. But I think it'll be good for you guys to see as well. And I really actually like this spell mechanics, but I just don't have it memorized yet. So first I choose a target. It just has to be within the sphere of influence, and which is it's always 4. Sphere of influence is always 4. And what's nice about sphere of influence then you don't actually need line of sight, which I don't know. I'm gonna target this cave sickle, which is definitely within 4, which I don't think I technically have line of sight with. So, but that's okay for casting a spell. Determine the force. The force of the spell determines how difficult the spell's effects are to resist. So, a force pool consists of the figure's printed casting die or upgrade. So, the casting die normally is purple, but because she has... I thought she had a casting upgrade. Maybe I was wrong about that. Okay, I was wrong. So it's a purple die to start. And, alright, so it's purple die to start. And then empower. When casting a spell, just like with an attack, I could spend a stamina to empower, giving myself a black die. And then it says when rolling to determine your force for each book rolled on the black, I get to add +1 to the force of the spell. But in this case, that's where this talisman comes in handy, because it does say that its passive is when attacking, making an attack, or casting a spell that targets an opponent empower. So I automatically get the empower without even having to spend a stamina. So that's cool. And then roll to determine the force. Finally, the figure casting the spell rolls their casting die and empower die, if applicable, and adds the printed X value on the spell to the result, usually 6. I don't know why they do that, like make it usually 6, and in this case it is 6. But that's just how the game is. So it's 6 plus whatever I roll here plus the books. So it's 2. So it's 6 plus 2 is 8. And then this basically is 4, so 4 plus 8 is 12. What was 12? Wow. Okay, so the force of the spell is 12. And now the targets have to make a conviction check, which the conviction value of these guys is a white and a purple. And basically, each figure targeted by the spell rolls a conviction die printed on their card. If the total number rolled is equal to or greater, the spell is resisted. So I want them to get less than 12. 5 and 1. Wow, okay. Oops, that was a 5. But doesn't matter. So only a 6. And that means the spell gets to activate and resolve the spell's effects. Each target that failed resolves the spell's effects separately and in order they made the conviction check. So, because it works out for me, I get to deal 2 magic damage, and then I get to have the option of dealing myself 2 damage to deal 2 more damage in this case, because again the level is just 1. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, which means I deal first of all, I have to give 2 damage to Nightingale, but by doing that, I'm in turn getting to do 4 damage to Cave Sickle number 1, which means they only need 2 more points of damage to die. So I'm kind of hedging or assuming that that's going to help me. And then I could have done my spell against that Cave Sickle, which maybe I should have, but oh my gosh, I'm overthinking this now. It's too late now. So that's what I decided to do. Yeah, it'll be okay, I think. All right. So she's exhausted that spell, so she can't do that again this turn. And she still has 2 stamina. Now, if we go back into what you can do on your turn, is either essentially move, attack, or re-equip stuff. Obviously, and I don't think I mentioned. You might say, well, then what about moving again? But the move action can only be done 1 time. Let me confirm that's the case on this page. So moving. Adventurers are limited to 1 move action per turn. So she already did that. For each additional stamina spent, add 2 to your movement value. Wow. Well, it wouldn't have mattered because if I had spent an additional stamina for her to move, she wouldn't have had enough to actually do a physical attack anyway. So I think that was okay. But the point I'm trying to make is, in this case, it might actually be fine for her just to keep those 2 stamina points and then build up her stamina for the next turn, because she's going to recover 3 at the beginning of when she takes her next turn. And then she'll have 5 total stamina. Because right now there's really nothing she can do anyway. And looking at her abilities, though, I guess before I say that, she does have her juice box here, which says discard you or an adjacent ally heals 3 health. So I'm tempted just to take care of that now, and heal actually Zeke, because he's already got 6. Although he's got +4. Yeah, but I think I should be safe. The amount of damage these Cave Sickles almost dealt was kind of scary. So I'm going to do that for Zeke. Discard this and take a... because he's adjacent. Okay. He's going to drink that... What's it called? He's drinking his Vitality Juice Box. All right. He drank his tasty Vitality Juice Box, and now he's recovered 3 health from that miraculously. So... with that said, I'm going to end Nightingale's turn, because, like I said, there's really not much else you can do. And she's got some really nice dodge abilities, so actually having her kind of in the front line there isn't the worst thing in the world either. And by having her finish her turn, that means we would move on to Rook. And yeah, so it's Rook's turn. Okay, so now it is Rook's turn. In the initiative order track, and Rook is over here in the very bottom left corner of the board, and I haven't really been doing this much, but I'll give you a close-up of his mini. All these minis are pretty cool. As you can see in his mini, he's wielding his dual war hammers. Um, and he's got this cave sickle number 4 conveniently located right in front of him. So I think the first action I'm going to have him do is an attack against that cave sickle. And the game does actually come with these reference cards that give you. It's the only reference component that I think comes with the game, but at the very least, they did do reference cards for the turn order, or yeah, turn for an adventure specifically, and then the various actions. So at least I don't have to reference this anymore in the rulebook. I'll use this. So in terms of actions, of course, moving. He could move technically, but when you move away from an enemy, something I haven't had to deal with yet is if you move away from an enemy that's next to you, that's called the enemy is then allowed an attack of opportunity. So I guess you wouldn't really do that unless there's a strong reason to do that. And right now there's not, so I'm not going to move him. And you do have to move orthogonally. You can't move through enemies, but I think if you move through a ally, you're able to at the cost of an extra movement point, but don't quote me on that. And then so I think I'll just do the attack to start this off. And all right, let's look at Rook's weapons. Rook has these warhammers. Both warhammers cards are identical. So each warhammer gives him a white die. It's each one, not surprisingly, is a single-handed weapon. It's melee. I can exhaust a warhammer to empower the attack, which will be nice. And then combo, he gains +1 armor and heavy, and this ability does not stack with another warhammer. So one thing that I want to call out is Rook does have this. This weapon does give him the heavy trait, and normally when you have an item that gives you this heavy trait, it means you have one less movement point. But for Rook, it does say on his character card that he gets to negate the first instance of a card that gives him the heavy trait. And to make things a little more complicated, he has 2 warhammers, each that kind of technically would give the heavy trait, but then the card, it says that the ability does not stack with another warhammer. So even though he has 2 warhammers with heavy down here, they don't stack with each other. So he's only got 1 instance of heavy, so therefore he gets to ignore that. So he doesn't have to apply that negative -1 to his movement value. So with that said, let's do attack then with his warhammer. So to make his die pool, he would get 2 white die. And then, because he's got this exhaust to empower the attack, I'm going to do that. And we'll happily then take my black die. So he's rolling 2 white and a black. And the cave sickle's defense in this case is a 8. Because their defense does go up once they start getting close to each other, but this one only has 1 in its sphere of influence and therefore doesn't change its defense. So I need to roll at least an 8 or higher. Let's get some good results. And a horrible die roll. Oh, by the way, I forgot to spend his 2 stamina. And the skull, I'll be honest, when you empower and roll the skull, I don't know if that actually completely negates your attack, but it's definitely nothing good, and the 5 is much less than what he needed anyway, so the attack essentially is a failed effort. Trying to check to see if he has he has no kind of thing that allows him to mitigate the attack. Or to add to his die roll or anything like that. So his attack failed. And that means he still has a stamina point to spend on something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take advantage of this Mend card, which says per encounter, gain 2 heal tokens. So I'll do that. And trying to find where I put the heal tokens. I know I put them some... Oh, there we go. Yeah. I put all my tokens in... I actually have 2 different containers like this to try my best at organizing all these tokens that come with the game. So, anyway, this is what the heal token looks like. On one side, it's the artwork that says heal, and then on the other side, it gives you... It explains what it does. And it says discard. I spend a strength point and then stamina point, and then a figure within sphere of influence heals 6. So I get 2 of them with this mend discipline. Oh, and it's a per encounter ability. So to show that it's something that is a per encounter. There's a used. Yeah, I think it's this one. So this is a token. They give you these tokens to show that you've used your something that you can only use once per encounter, which is nice. I like that actually that they did that. And then it does say when these tokens are spent to heal an ally other than yourself, gain +1 stamina. So I'm going to have him just use it on himself because Rook right now has 8 damage. So even though he could technically use it on Zeke to gain, because it's sphere of influence, I think. Yeah, so within 4. So everything one's I think within 4 from him. But he's definitely has taken the most damage, and I don't want to risk him going through another turn and getting killed. So I'm just going to use one on him, which means I do need to spend a stamina point. And again, if it was used on another ally, I basically would be getting that stamina point right back. But the situation is I don't think he really needs to move. Well, it would be great if he could move, but I can't risk him taking a beating again. So I'm going to end his turn like that. So unfortunately not the most productive turn. He wasn't able to hurt this cave sickle, but at least he healed. Oh yeah, actually let's take away. Let's actually heal him now. So not the most effective turn for Rook. So let's hope Remy can take care of this cave sickle on her turn, as she is the last adventure in the initiative track to go for this round. So now it's Remy's turn, the final adventure to go. This is Remy's figure. Actually has a little animal of some sort that looks like is her partner in crime. And as you can see, she's got these big wings. And as mentioned on her character card, she actually does have the ability to, instead of spending one stamina point to move, if I want to spend 2 stamina points, she can move, but then also get the bonus of flight, which basically means she can fly over terrain and I guess enemies, pretty much anything, for the remainder of that turn, which is nice. As you can imagine, in some instance, I don't think she can fly over obstructing terrain, so anything outlined in red she wouldn't be able to fly over. I don't think she could fly over the red boulder on this tile. However, I do think she would be able to fly over the dangerous terrain then. But anyway, that's one of her abilities. Her other ability is a stamina point, and she can just move 1 space in any direction. So that's what her card can do. And much like was the situation with Rook, we have this cave sickle number 4 right in front of us. So I am going to, I think, start off by spending the 2 stamina points for her to take an attack. Now, Remy is the only character or adventure we have that actually has a two-handed weapon, this war axe, and this rolls 2 white die. Um, and as shown here, it says if I exhaust when determining the damage of an attack, the weapon gains books +1 physical damage until the attack is resolved. I'll probably be taking advantage of that. Other things she has is the what is it? This? Yeah, no, not this. It's I guess this. This says passive. Your attacks gain +1 physical damage, so that's really nice, of course. And then also I can exhaust this, and if I do, when making a melee attack, if you have a two-handed weapon, which of course she does, you may reroll any dice in your combat dice pool. So that's obviously a nice ability that we might have to take advantage of as well. So I'm quickly flying to no pun intended. Going to the attack action just to make sure I'm doing this right. Because yeah, so the +1 I think doesn't. I wanted to figure out for the +1 damage. That does not help her with hitting. I think that only applies to the determined damage part of the attack resolution step. Okay, so she spends her 2 stamina. She builds the combat pool, so 2 white die. But I'm going to have her spend a stamina to empower this attack because ideally she takes this thing out, this cave sickle out this turn. Man, this could be disastrous. I might be playing this all wrong. But anyway, so she's going to have a black die included as well because unfortunately she doesn't have any items that actually give her the ability to empower for free. And then we roll to hit. So again, Cave Sickle's defense value is an 8. So I need it higher than an 8. Now, yeah, so first we'll just roll. Okay, well, damn. So I think I'm for sure going to exhaust this when determining the damage of an attack. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not determining the damage of an attack. So I guess I don't have to technically use that yet. But for Hammer Helm, it says when making an attack, if you have a 2-handed, you may reroll any die in your combat pool. So I'm going to exhaust this card to reroll these. I'm going to keep the 4 books because that's ideally going to help me. But I'm going to reroll this crappy 3 and 2 because I can't really do much worse except 2 2s. Which is a 1 in 36 chance. So, okay, much better. Much better. So, in fact, she rolled a 5 and a 4, which is a 9. 9's higher than an 8. So, the attack hits. And then we do the damage dealt. Calculate the difference, which 9 minus 8 is 1. Spend symbols and abilities that add damage. So that's where I'm going to use this War Axe ability, or exhaust the War Axe, which says +1 now for all books. And she rolled 5 books, so that's +5 damage. And her axe normal also has the shield +1, and she rolled a total of, I don't know if you can see that well or not, but she rolled the 2 shield symbols as well. So basically every symbol she rolled is counting for damage. That's awesome. So 5, 6, 7 plus the 1 from the difference, which means 8. So she just obliterated this cave circle with 1 swing of her War Axe, which is exactly what I was hoping would happen because, oh no, what am I talking about? These cave circles only have 6 health. She only needs 6 damage. Well, she did 8. Unfortunately, I don't think the 2 extra damage really do anything for her. So yeah, great, perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. We killed off this cave sickle. Finally, killed a cave sickle. It's hard to say, and that means that initiative or that character card is actually, or enemy intelligent combatant card is done for now at least. because there's no active cave sickles that belong to that intelligent combatant card on the table. So I can also take away their initiative card from the initiative track, and then I think I would actually be getting loot for that kill. And I want to show how that works, but I think I quick need to review the rules for that before I go any further. So I'm going to do that quick. So I'm pretty sure because I get a unique loot from, since that's the card I drew on the loot deck, I get to pick, or I randomly then pick from all the mundane, unique items that are in the game, which I just sorted through, which are these cards. So there's mostly weapons, but then there's this mundane unique core and a mundane unique relic that I also could pick or randomly get. So I'm just gonna shuffle them. Unfortunately, I don't know how else I'm supposed to do this. I'm not really paying attention. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see what I get. No lucky. And okay, I get a mundane unique. Looks like some sort of bow. That's cool. Bearer of Justice. And it's a two-handed weapon. It has a range of up to 6. Does a white and orange damage, which is better than any of the weapons I currently have. Passive. If you haven't made a move action this turn, your attacks may gain +1 to the attack. That's cool. Like you're taking your time to aim. I like that ability. If you gain this bonus, you may not make a move action this turn. Okay, so you're kind of just shooting from a distance, but that makes sense. And then attacks made against an opponent that dealt damage to an ally since the end of your turn. Last turn, gain +2. Attacks made against an opponent that dealt damage to an ally since the end of your last turn. Ooh, okay, so it's kind of like a revenge bow. Oh, that's why it's called the Bearer of Justice. Cool. That sounds like really nice. I'm guessing that would happen. You kind of just staying in the back, and yeah, I can see this playing out. And then exhaust. When an opponent within SO sphere of influence deals 4 or more damage to an ally, that opponent is inflicted with wilt. I'll have to look up what wilt does. But what's really interesting is the icon abilities down here. So if you get a total of 5 shields, that's 6 physical damage that you can add to the attack. But I just don't see 5 shields seems like a lot. Probably possible, but seems like a lot. So, but nonetheless, a ranged weapon that's obviously right now I'm essentially just melee focused. So I think this would if when you gain a loot item, you have to put it to the side. The character that I think got the kill would get it, which was Remy. So I think Remy technically owns that right now, but she can't equip it in the middle of a encounter. But let's just check what wilt is for fun. So to do that, bring out the handy dandy notebook, and try to find the page. I need to use Post-its, I think, to keep track of everything. Oh, I thought wilt. Oh, A B C D E. No, that's interesting. Oh, here we go. It's an effect token. All right. So, wilt says when determining damage of an attack made against you, add +2 irreducible damage and ignore resistances. Oh wow. Okay, so it makes it easier for you to, I guess, get hurt. So yeah, I mean, if you added that to an enemy, that would be a great effect to have. So then Remy's currently out of stamina, and that would mean her turn is officially over. We got our first loot card, which is exciting, and that's the end of the round. Then, of course. Um, so for the next round, all I have to do now is simply take the initiative cards, shuffle them, and then deal them out. And that will be the initiative order for this upcoming round. And just, I don't think I stated this clearly yet, but it does show in the campaign book that we do want to have some sort of pace to play. It does say, we get more points if we finish in less rounds. So I think really considering just we're only on round one, and we've killed one cave sickle, have significantly damaged two of the remaining three, that we're in a good spot right now. Obviously, we still have this red totem token that will have to get activated before we'll be able to get to that exit icon. So that could be interesting to see what will happen. And I can only imagine maybe more enemies coming out. But anyway, first round is now officially over. So I'll go ahead and get that second round set up. Okay, so now we'll be moving on to round 2. And I first need to set up the initiative track. So I will do a quick shuffle of all the initiative cards. Ideally, I think we want all of our adventures to go first, in the hopes we can eliminate these cave sickles before they can do any damage to us. Let's see what we get. And voila, cave sickles are going first. Not what I was hoping for at all. This could be kind of painful. Okay, well, here we go with the cave sickles. The first cave sickle to go, so we'll do the cave sickles right now. The cave sickles go in number order, and red is number 1, and does have 4 health, or only 2 health remaining, but is still alive and ticking. So they're going to, gotta take a look at their card here to see what they do first. Is there an opponent adjacent? There is not for cave sickle number 1. So then, is there an opponent within range 4? That is questionable, because the line of sight between... Oh no, there definitely is line of sight at least to that guy. But is there line of sight... Yeah, I don't think there's line of sight across... I don't think there's line of sight to... man, this is Nightingale. I get their names mixed up. So I don't think there's line of sight to Nightingale, but there's definitely line of sight to... in my opinion anyway, there's definitely line of sight to Zeke. And as a result of that, the cave sickle will make a ranged attack of 4, and then move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage within movement range. So let's just do the ranged attack 4 first. Ranged attack, and once again I'm going to have to reference the attack. I'm going to get the attack process down eventually. Okay. Oh. Okay. So oh yeah. First of all, we have to determine the range, the dice pool. So combat and dice defend on how many are within its sphere of influence, which there is 1, 2, yeah. So there's 2. So this cave sickle is going to be rolling 2 orange die. for the attack against Zeke. And then no empowerment for the attack. Dodge, check if the target uses dodge, which Zeke does not have any stamina. But yeah. So never mind. Rolled a hit. All right. So we're gonna hope for some low numbers here. An 8 and a 6, not low at all. That's 14. Zeke's defense again is 9 plus 1, so 10. So that's 4 damage off the bat. And then spend symbols to see if any more damage is taken. And again, for the cave sickles, the shield gives them +1 damage. So looking at the die, they have 2 shields, so that's +2 more damage. So 6 as of right now. And then we have to subtract armor. So 6 damage, but Zeke's armor is 1. Yeah, it's 1, so that's 5. And then he would take 5 damage, physical damage, but then his badass leather jacket has the passive of reducing physical damage by another 2. So 3 total damage then is what Zeke would be taking. So he will get another damage token for 3 points. Okay, so that's the first part of the Cave Sickle number 1's turn, but there's more. So move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage within movement range. So either way, it's going to move here, I think. So 1, 2. Oh crap! So I did forget that. Because that attack was going through that difficult terrain, there was a difficult terrain. Let me move it back. There's difficult terrain here, and there was difficult terrain here. Therefore, the line of sight was passing through that difficult terrain, which does subtract 1 from the attack roll. So instead of a 14, it actually would have been a 13, which means Zeke actually only is taking 2 points of damage after all that. I forgot to take that into account. Pretty sure that's right. Okay, so then the Cave Sickle will move to be adjacent to whichever character has taken the most amount of damage, which would be Zeke's taken 5 now, and then Nightingale's taken 2. So it's Zeke that's taken the most. So, and it is now adjacent to Zeke by being in that space. And then, of course, then make an attack. So, we know from that last attack it's rolling 2 orange die because it still has 2 casicles within its sphere of influence. And 6. Okay, perfect. 6 is nothing. And thankfully, that's even more important. Missing on that one, I think, is even more important because it has this follow-up of inflicting poison, which I actually haven't read into what poison does. Probably not good. And so we don't have to worry about the follow-up, though, because the attack missed completely. Now we move on to Cave Sickle number 2. Cave Sickle number 2's first thing is, again, is there an adjacent opponent, which there's not. So next, is there an opponent within range 4? And then, again, this becomes a line of sight discussion. Is there line of sight between that space and that? It's close. I'm going to say yes, there is. So, again, it's going to be attacking Zeke. And again, it rolls 2 die for the attack. It is going through rough terrain, so it's going to be -1 to whatever this roll is. 7 and 10. Unfortunately, 10 still is enough since it equals his defense of 10. And then it has 1 shield, so right now it's 1 damage that would be going through. But then he has 1 armor, which is 0. So, and then it would have blocked 2. Also, his coat blocks 2. So no damage taken from the ranged attack. But then, just like the first Cave Sickle, the Cave Sickle number 2 will move to be adjacent. 1, 2, 3. And it does say Cave Sickles get to ignore terrain. So in terms of... yeah, so no movement point loss from having to move into that green square. It doesn't take into account. It wouldn't take into effect until it moves out of the green square. But nonetheless, it's there. It will attack then again the adventurer with the most damage, which is still Zeke, with a total of 5 damage. So it will be rolling 2 orange dice again. 7 and 4 is 11, which is more than Zeke's defense of 10. So right now it's at +1 advantage or damage. The shield makes it 2 damage. However, the -1 armor puts it down to just 1 damage, and then again, because of his jacket, it's all the damage is negated, which is good. But in this case, then does have the follow up inflict poison force 9. So I do think, unfortunately, there's going to be a poison check, which it says that for poison you are dealt a purple die of irreducible damage, but on the it also said force 9, like it's some sort of spell. So I'm gonna have to quick look into that. So after some finessing through this rule book, I did discover that this is considered, I think, a spell-like ability that this Cave Sickle has by imparting poison force 9 onto Zeke. So a spell-like ability is essentially something that you would follow the same process of casting a spell, only it's not technically a spell, it's a spell-like ability, which in this case is just giving Zeke poison. So essentially all I have to do is make a conviction check. If I pass, then I don't get poison. If I fail, I get poison. To pass, I just have to roll Zeke's conviction die and roll a 9 or higher. Now, this finally is coming into play for me for Zeke, which is kind of nice. So Zeke has this utility core item, which does say conviction upgrade white. So normally the conviction die for Zeke is 2 purple die, which aren't as good as white die, so I'm rolling 2 white die instead for this conviction check. And again, the total that I am looking for is 9 or higher, and I can forget all about this poisonous Cave Sickle that's attacking me. And look at that, a 13, much higher than the 9 that I needed. So fantastic, good job, Zeke. That utility core definitely helped you out. So this would have been the status I would be taking. I don't even know if these ever go away, but point is I'm rolling during the status phase of my turn. I'm rolling a purple die and taking whatever I roll in damage, which would be, a purple could be up to 6. So yeah, I could easily be taking just 6 points of damage right away at the start of my turn. So poison is not fun. I probably didn't need to tell you guys that, but all right. So now that would conclude Cave Sickle number 2's turn, since so they completed their last thing. Now we move to Cave Sickle number 3. Cave Sickle number 3 is in fact adjacent to an opponent, so They will start with making an attack against the opponent with the most damage, and their only option is Zeke, and Zeke does have the most damage. So, as with the other two Cave Sickles, their attack pool is 2 orange die, and once again, I'm hoping for less than 10 here. It's a 4 and a 3, which is a 7. No attack, or the attack misses, and Cave Sickle number 3's turn immediately ends since they only get to activate their follow-up abilities if the attack was successful. So I get to ignore all the rest of that text, which is wonderful because Zeke was starting to take kind of a beating there, and now I have 4 straight turns of my adventurers to just beat the crap out of these stupid Cave Sickles, and I'm honestly really looking forward to doing that. Alright, so the first adventurer's turn is Rook, and Rook, let's go through the steps of the adventure turn on the back of these reference cards. So start of turn, resolve abilities and effects that occur at the start of the turn. There is none for Rook. So we move on to the next one. Status phase, any abilities or effects that have the status condition tag occur now. And he doesn't have any, I want to say, status type abilities. So we ignore that. Refresh phase, take the adventurer goes through the following steps during this phase. Recover stamina points. So the number of points Rook will recover is 3 because of the 3 red dots on his card. So we go 1, 2, 3. And then it says unexhaust cards. So the only card he did exhaust that first turn was his Warhammer, or just one of his Warhammers. So that's done. Now we move on to the action phase of his turn. And in terms of actions, pretty simple. We can move, we can attack, and do an encounter action or re-equip something. He's, of course, way at the back here. Unfortunately, kind of in a challenging spot because I don't think he's going to be able to get anywhere where he can do something impactful. His movement allowance is 6, as shown on his card here. Normally, a heavy weapon, which is the case for his Warhammer, actually subtracts 1 from your movement, but as we've discussed, I think in his first turn, he gets to ignore the first instance of heavy. And in the case of him having 2 Warhammers equipped, they only count as 1 instance of heavy collectively, therefore he still has 6 movement points. So I will spend the 1 stamina because he still needs to get out of the back corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't know if it makes sense for him to go up 1 for 6 or just stay there. And yeah, I think it's, maybe I do put him up 1. Okay, so he goes up 1 for 6. And then that was his first stamina point of action. Does he want to try and help out Zeke with a heal? Because if he does heal, he can discard this and heals 6. But Zeke actually is only at 5, so it's not maximizing the use of that. So I don't know if there is need for him to use that right away. Although he could have Zeke spend, he could utilize his energy potion here, and then an ally with a sphere of influence heals 3 and gains 1 stamina point. And part of me likes that because it's possible Zeke could really benefit from that extra stamina point here shortly. And I don't really know who else I would be using this on besides Nightingale, who's only at 2 health or 2 damage. So why not just use his potion? It says within sphere of influence, which is 4. Zeke's clearly within sphere of influence, so Zeke heals 3 and gets a stamina token, which is pretty nice. So, and I think that cost No, that's just a discard. So you didn't even have to. Yeah, Rook did not have to spend stamina for that. So I think there's really nothing else he can do right now. Um, Actually, I should take that back because I do want to say um, that you could spend. I want to say you can spend a stamina to move an extra space. I'm trying to find that in the rule book right now. Um, so for each, yeah, after moving up to their movement value, the adventurer may then spend strength points, stamina points for each additional stamina spent. An adventurer adds +2 to their movement value for that action. Which means I could spend 2 movement stamina, which would take him right next, adjacent to that cave sickle here. But then to attack, he technically needs 2 stamina. But I don't really know if there's a good way for him to get a stamina then in this turn, so he could actually attack that cave sickle. So ultimately, I do think his best. There's not anything else that Rook will be able to do this turn, and so with that, I think he concludes his turn to let Zeke take a turn, who's currently surrounded on all sides by these nasty cave sickles. All right, so for Zeke's turn, let's again go through the steps here. Start of turn, I don't think he has any start of turn effects, so we move on to status effects, which would have been poison had he been poisoned, and he wasn't, so you don't have to worry about that. Then refresh, so he gets to recover 3 stamina points. In addition, he has 1 already from that tasty drink that Rook gave him. So then we also unexhaust his cards, so both of his short swords are now not exhausted anymore, and he gets to unexhaust his blade works, which will be nice. And then we move on to the action phase. So for him, I think the first action, I'll just have him spend 2 stamina right away and attack the orange cave sickle, who's already at, man, that's too bad. Already was at 5. So for the orange cave sickle, Zeke's going to be rolling 2 white die. And yeah, 2 white die. I'm just checking again to make sure I'm not missing any kind of... Yeah. Okay, so 2 white die. Cave sickle has a defense of 8. And that means I need an 8 or higher. I got a 6. Alright, well, I can exhaust one of his short swords to reroll a combat die. So I'll do that. And a 9. Alright, that's better. So you got a 9. And then we move on to check. So 9 minus 8 is 1 point of damage already. And then he has 2 shields, which adds +2 damage. So that's actually 3 damage. The cave sickle has absolutely no armor. So that actually will defeat the orange cave sickle. So as a as an award for Zeke's destruction of that cave sickle, he gets to draw a loot card. And it happens to be 6 gold coins, or whatever the currency in Middara is called. So when you get coins in an encounter, the rules say it's kind of group loot. So he's going to kindly share that with his team. When you get an item, the item technically is taken by whoever actually killed the enemy, which is why right now Remy is keeping the bow she was awarded. So that's 2 of his stamina gone. Now he can just go ahead and exhaust. Yeah, does he want to exhaust? His blade works to get off a free attack. And then in which case does he go after the purple or just try to kill the red? And let's let him exhaust and try to go for the purple here. Just because I have a feeling, or maybe I should be safe and not assume that Nightingale's going to be able to take out the red. So I'm going to go ahead and actually target the red cave sickle. Alright, so still 2 white against an 8 armor. A 5. Man, I don't even think it's worth re-rolling his attack die. Huh. But why not? Maybe I get a 6. 4, which is 7, which is still too small. So sadly, that attack was complete fail. That actually makes me... Oh yeah, now I can't attack again because I exhausted that for nothing. Or no, sorry, I take that back. I can attack again because he still has 2 stamina, which is enough to do another attack. And I don't think... There's really no reason for him to move. So yeah, I'm going to have... And unless I have him keep his stamina so that he has the opportunity to actually dodge next turn. But I just want to go in and be aggressive and just take these cave sickles out. So he's going to spend his other 2 stamina, his remaining stamina, to try and hack at that red cave sickle once again. This time an 8, which I think still counts as a hit, even though that was the defense of the roll to hit. Yeah, so if the total rolled on the attack combat dice pool after bonuses from abilities is equal to or greater, so it is equal. So it was a hit, and then what's nice is when we determine the damage, those 2 shields now turn into 2 physical damage, which is then, it was at 4, yeah, it needed exactly 2 physical damage to die. So cave sickle number 1 is also now put out of its misery, and that gets Zeke another loot card, which is another 6 gold. So great, good job, Zeke. That was turned out to be okay in the end. So his turn is now all done. He has 0. He has 0 stamina left. In theory, I think he can use his throwing knives, but I'm just going to hold on to those for now until I feel I really need them. But maybe that's a bad idea, but whatever. We'll hold on to them, and I don't think there's anything else he really would want to do. Yep, okay. So Zeke's turn is done, and we move on to Nightingale. Okay, so for Nightingale, her turn should be pretty straightforward. So first, she recovers 3 stamina, so she's going to be at 5 stamina right now. That's as much stamina as she can hold. So her first action is going to be trying to take out that cave sickle, the purple cave sickle. And and she does get to refresh her gore shot of the spell. So I'm already forgetting. She gets to roll a orange and a purple, right? Oh yeah, okay. Forgot about that. So when making an attack or casting a spell that targets an opponent, she also gets to empower. So she gets orange, purple, and black die, and yeah. So Cave Sickle's defense is just an 8, and I rolled exactly that, an 8, which is at least enough to get the hit. So now we move on to spending abilities or the symbols. Um, and in this case, she can spend the 2 books for +2 physical damage, and I don't understand the 2 shields for If she can spend the 4 books um, for magical damage, I think that you just have to spend some abilities. The adventure subtract armor. I think she can. And the good thing about physical magic damage is it just can't be blocked by armor. And not that the Cave Sickle has any. So, what that would mean is 2 damage for the shield plus 1 plus 1. So 4 total damage. 2 physical, 2 magic. Great. Okay. So 4 physical damage for Mr. Purple. And I don't think she has any follow-up abilities that she can use. So that was her first attack. And now she could go ahead and just either try to attack again because she has 2 stamina to do that, or she could just go ahead and use a Gore Shot spell, which would do 2 magic damage. And she doesn't even need to take 2 damage herself to boost it. So let's do that. I think that's the most sensical thing. So she spends, or she exhausts her spell. She casts a 6 to deal 2, and so now she's got to go through the spell steps, which the casting, she rolls a purple, and then when making an attack, casting a spell, she gets to empower, so she gets a black die as well, in addition to the purple die. Quick paging through the spell, because that's something I'm still trying to make sure I understand. So for each book rolled on the black die, add +1. Alright, so roll to determine your force finally. And adds the printed value. So that's 6 plus whatever I roll here plus books. Oh man, not good at all. So 6 plus 2 is 8, plus 1 book is 9. So just a 9. And then the conviction of the Cave Sickle is 1 purple and 1 white. So this just needs to be, if the total is equal to or greater, then the spell is resisted. So if this is a 9 or higher, nothing happens to Mr. Cave Sickle. It's a 3 and a 9. It's a 9. Nothing happens to Mr. Cave Sickle. Alright, well, it was definitely worth the shot, because it's like a use it or lose it type thing as far as I'm concerned. So then do I try to just KO, let's say, a Cave Sickle with 2 more stamina, which I think that is the smart thing to do. So 2 more stamina are spent. And then I will go ahead and roll her allotment of die, which is a orange, a black, in a purple once again, and I'm looking for 8 or higher. And whoa, an 8 right there, +2, +4 shields. That's just complete obliteration. Man, I really wish I was attacking something bigger, because that would have been 10 minus 8 is 2, but then 2 physical damage, and then 4, 6 physical damage, and 2 magical damage. To 8 total damage. Anyway, so that is more than enough to destroy purple cave sickle. And as a reward for killing the cave sickle, Nightingale is awarded a loot chest, which is another 6 gold or Middara currency. And she still has 1 stamina. She has this ability which says once per encounter, she can give all allies +1 stamina point, and then she gains 2. And part of me wants her to just go ahead and take advantage of that now, because why not? I don't really see a reason. Rook will get 3 on his turn when he goes next. But everyone else these two are at 0, and she's going to be only at 1. And she hasn't moved yet, which I kind of want her to move. So, yeah, why don't I just have her do that? Oh, maybe it's still too early. It's still too early for that. We'll wait. We'll wait one more turn. And then does she want to spend... She could drink a fortitude to... Oh, I forgot something. So her attack... Both of her attacks would have actually had a -1 because that cave sickle was in rough terrain. But this last attack was more than enough to deal the damage to kill it. So I forgot about that. Actually, the first attack then may have been a miss completely. But the second attack still would have destroyed it. It wouldn't have really changed, I think, anything that I did. So, just as an FYI, I do think I missed that rule. So she's just going to spend her last stamina to move. And she has 6 points of movement, so she's just going to waltz her way into this next map tile. So 1, 2, 3. And that boulder is a skill check to move out of the way. And I don't think she's equipped for that because it's a strength skill check. Her strength is just 2. Rook's, however, is 6. So I'm going to move her down here out of the way so Rook can eventually try to push that so that everyone can move through. You can also jump over terrain, or you can jump over dangerous terrain, but then it's a skill check that if you fail, you die, which doesn't seem worth it. So that will be the end of Nightingale's turn. Alright, so Remy is the final adventurer that still needs to take her turn, and we go through the same steps. So she gets to unexhaust her hammer helm, and then unexhaust her war axe, which is good, and then she gets 3 stamina. Now for Remy, she's also in the way back here, so I think the most likely thing for her to do is simply to move up front, which she will do with 1 point of stamina. So she will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would take her 2 movement points to actually move into that next space because she's in a green area right now. But she also has an exhaust ability which lets her move here and I'm thinking of just letting her do that. Or yeah, she can exhaust. Oh, okay. It still costs. Um, it still apparently costs us down to use that ability, in addition to the exhausting, which seems kind of crazy. But point being is, I want Rook to have the availability to easily get his way into this position to move that rock, and with her standing there, I think it makes him spend an extra movement point to move around her. Actually, let me quick double check. Maybe this is an example. As he chooses short route, then I'll get break, and you could spend an additional to gain 2 more movement points and move through Remy. But because Remy is ally, he can't move through but not stop inner space. And since the space that allies occupied, take 2 movement points to move out of. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. That's what I was trying to find. So, in short, do I spend 2 additional, an additional stamina for her to just get out of the way completely? And or just spend her ability. Okay, I'm overthinking this. Spending a stamina so she moves diagonally there, and that's exhausted. But then there's an exhaust token, I think. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Exhausted. So that ability is used, and now she still has 1 stamina point, but I don't think there's anything really worthwhile for her to do at this point. So that will end her turn, and that ends then round 2. I think there's a round marker. So I'm gonna say these are round markers. So we've spent. Okay, so now that Remy has gone, we will move on to round 3, and to signify that, I'll just flip over this time counter to 3. So we are keeping track, and with no cave sickles left on the board, this initiative card for the cave sickle 1 through 3 goes away, which means we only have our heroes initiative cards left with a clear board. So the process still is the same, even though we have no enemies currently on the map. And let's see the new initiative order. So we have Nightingale, Rook, Zeke, and then Remy. Now you're probably asking yourself, okay, so like, what's keeping you from progressing through the map? Why wouldn't you just kind of take turns, build up stamina, and make sure that your team or all your adventures are all ready to move on before more enemies spawn? And there is a mechanism in the game that prevents players from doing that type of thing, and it's these urgency tokens. So essentially, these urgency tokens are added to the initiative track anytime you complete a full round without an enemy AI or an intelligent combatant doing something. Now, that would of course be true if there's just 0 enemy combatants on the board, but it could also be true if there's actually an enemy on the board and they just simply aren't told to do anything because all of their actions or conditions are false, and then they just sit there. So this rule essentially prevents players from gaming the system, and it's kind of a simple rule. Like, you just need to make sure enemies are doing something, but it's effective. And essentially, it says that if you have 4 rounds like that, then you lose. So you are technically allowed to have at least a couple rounds without the enemy doing anything of importance. So in theory, I guess I could take my time here if I really wanted to. I will take a guess and assume that this token will spawn a new set of enemies, whether cave sickles or something else. And those tokens, again, only activate once one of my heroes or adventurers is in line of sight. So when I check line of sight, to me, the first square that really is in line of sight of that token is this one or this one. So once I move into there, that will flip allowing me to read the hidden paragraph in the campaign book for what that token activates. Now, there's still this treasure chest token in the lower right corner of the map. Our objective is still getting to that exit token. But nonetheless, point being is ideally I want to start it's in my best interest to actually start getting enemies on the board at some point so I don't get these urgency tokens from building up. Now, with that said, we start with Nightingale. Let's go ahead and go through the round of the adventures. Start turn phase, resolve abilities and effects that occur at the start of the turn, which I don't think she has any. And then status phase, any abilities or effects that have a status condition take occur, which she does not have. And then refresh phase, so the adventure goes through the following steps: recover stamina points, so she gets 3 stamina back. 1, 2, 3. And then also gets to unexhaust her gore shot, discipline ability. Alright, then now it's the action phase. So she, Nightingale is right here. Now, this is kind of an interesting position for her because this black terrain is basically a bottomless pit. You are able to theoretically jump over it if you want to try, but for each space you're jumping over, it adds to the difficulty of the agility check, essentially is what you'd be doing. So there's really no urgent need for her to risk falling into a bottomless pit, especially in her training session here. So she's definitely not going to be doing that. She could try to push that boulder rock out of the way, and again, the campaign guide tells us that that's a strength check. An adventure adjacent to the objecting terrain may make strength 10 check. So if I wanted to do that with her, or try it with her, I think that's probably her best option. And it's an encounter action, which I think just means 1 action point. An encounter action is 1 stamina. And her strength is only a 2, however. But, maybe you roll. She gets a lucky roll. So I just want to go through, okay, how do those checks work in the game? And they're pretty simple. Although, here I am trying to look it up. But, like I said, there's not much to it. So to make a skill check, you roll 2 purple and add the skill value from the adventure. If the total is equal to or greater than the skill check value, they pass. Some will modify skill checks to only abilities with passive condition and blah blah blah. Okay, well then she just rolls 2 purple and gets to then also add her strength value of 2 to the roll. So let's just go ahead and do that for a stamina. Now, Rook is second. Obviously, as you can imagine, Rook's stronger. He has a strength of 6, so this would definitely be an easier skill check for him. But because of the initiative order, I don't want to just have Nightingale do nothing. That seems kind of like a waste of time, and this is probably her best option. So she rolls a 5. Wow, look at that. That's pretty impressive. So she, in fact, pushes that big old boulder off the map herself. So, as it says in the campaign book, you can push it to any direction, orthogonal direction or whatever, an adjacent unoccupied space. And then it says if it's put onto dangerous terrain, you just remove it, which, for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to do that. Okay, so now it can get interesting here because I can purposely try to get Nightingale to activate that remaining objective token, or totem token, I mean. And why not? So I'll activate her to move, and she will spend a stamina to do that. She has a movement value of 6, so she gets to move 6 spaces. This is all clear, easy moving terrain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, again, I hate to be obsessive with line of sight. I'm just going to say that she does have line of sight to the totem in that spot, which means the red totem will activate, which means we get to read what the red totem says. And I think this will be challenging for you guys to read there, but yeah, so I apologize. But it says, as you peer around the corner, you see a handful of cave sickles skittering about. They spring into action when they notice you. The cave sickles are blocking the path that leads deeper into the caves. Spawn 2 cave sickles adjacent to the space this totem occupied. Across the gap, you see another cave sickle emerge near a small box. Spawn 1 more cave sickle adjacent to the blue loot token. So that means I think we'll just go ahead and use the cave sickle 1 through 3 card. So 1 cave sickle will spawn adjacent. Another cave sickle spawns adjacent. And then we have this third and final cave sickle spawning over there. So there we go. Not surprising. More cave sickles added to the board. And Nightingale does have an additional movement point left. So what she could do is actually just move up here and then be adjacent to this cave sickle to try to attack it. But you might notice, okay, she only has 1 stamina left, but she has this once per encounter ability that can give her 2 stamina total, or 2 more stamina, and every other ally gets 1 stamina. And you know what? Looking at the stamina condition situation, it wouldn't be necessary for Rook because he has 2, he'll get 3 back. But for these 2, and of course Nightingale herself, those additional stamina would be kind of nice. So let's go ahead and we'll say she uses her once per encounter ability. And first, I guess she finishes her movement of 6 points to move up there. Now she gets 2 stamina back because of her ability. Oops. And then Rook also gets a stamina. Remy gets a stamina. Everyone gets a stamina. She's like the Oprah of stamina now. Okay, so with that said, she now has 3 stamina to spend. And we're going to go ahead and right off the bat just do an attack against that red cave sickle number 1. And let's go through she gets a orange die for the sword and a purple die for the talisman. And then I thought she gets, yeah, and then that target gets empower. Now, this cave sickle is in terrain. Is in that green terrain, which does add 1 to its defense. Yeah, so it will get 1 added to its defense because it's in that green terrain. So Remy's rolling a purple, a orange, and a black, and then has to spend 2 stamina. So for me to hit this cave sickle, I need to at least roll a 9 or higher. So let's hope for a 9 or higher here. And thank goodness she did get it. And it looks like this could be a pretty good roll. So she rolled 13. The defense is 9 because, again, 8 for the cave sickle plus 1 for the green tile. So that's a difference of 4. Now, she gets to use all these symbols as effectively as possible. So it's already 4. And then for each 2 shields, it's 2 more damage. So there's 2 there, there's 2 there, there's 2 there. So that's 6. So that's 10. And then for every 2 books, it's a magic. So she has 2 books, so it's 1 magic damage. And then also magic damage for the star because of the talisman. So that's 12 damage. So that cave sickle is completely obliterated. Like it didn't even stand a chance because the cave sickle has zero. Oh, wait a second. Important to note. I'm almost. This is just to be safe. There are two other cave sickles within the sphere. Oh well. Let's see. One, two. Yeah. So there is two other cave sickles within cave sickle one's sphere of influence, but that only improves its damage. It doesn't. It's not enough. Not enough to give it an extra armor. So if there was one more, then it would actually have a defensive 10, but it doesn't change anything. So point is that cave sickle just took 12 points of damage, and is exploded into a mist of cave sickle crust. And we get to now draw a loot card for Nightingale for her efforts. And she draws an 8 gold. So we'll just put that in our stash of collected gold loot over here. So good job, Nightingale. And she now has 1 point of stamina left. You can only move once. She could spend this, and she's already done her movement, so she can't spend it to move further. Tempted to just, okay, we're ending the getting close to the end of the phase here, so why not just let her consume her MF Fortitude, and we can only imagine what that MF stands for. I'll let your imagination figure that out. But MF Fortitude, and that just gives her 1 stamina point. And the reason why I'm doing this is because she only has 1. The second stamina gives her the ability to potentially defend herself if necessary. But let's also take advantage of her Gore Shot. Now, with Gore Shot, this is kind of a unique thing that I'm now realizing is I was just saying how that the cave sickles in green terrain, so normally that means they would defend with a get a +1 on defense. Oh, also, you guys are probably yelling at me right now. I almost forgot to add their initiative card into the track. So the rules do state once you spawn an enemy, they're the next character in the initiative track. So I'm glad, obviously, Remy at least took out, or not Remy, Nightingale at least took out one of those cave sickles, because otherwise, as a group of 3, they would be doing a lot of potential damage. So with that said, I'm using her consumable so she gets another stamina in case maybe she wants to try to defend against what this upcoming cave sickle attack she's going to have to defend against. But also now she still has her gore shot discipline unexhausted, so she's going to exhaust that. And what I was going to say is it's interesting because that cave sickles in green terrain, which normally is a defense bonus for a physical attack, but in the case of a spell, because of how the spell is, the spells are handled, it actually doesn't do anything. It doesn't help the to give it any kind of defense bonus to that cave sickle, which I think is kind of thematic that being in grass doesn't prevent you from taking damage from a spell. So, all right, so we build a force pool, which is the casting die, which is a purple for Nightingale, and then what else does she have here? Trying to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I think it's a purple die, but then when making a casting spell, she gets, because of her talisman, she gets the black die as well. And then the spell is a 6, so it's a 6 plus this. Yeah, it's this. Roll to determine your force. Okay. So, oh, that's not good. So it's 6 plus 3 is 9. And then, well, let's just see. When rolling to determine your force for each book rolled on the black, add +1. So it's 9 plus 4 is 13. So it's 13 right now. So 13. And the cave sickle rolls a conviction of a purple and white. So, if the total is equal to or greater, so we want less than 13 total. And it's only a 7, so way less. So then the spell does work, fortunately, and as noted on the spell, it deals 2 magic damage, but you may also take 2 damage to deal twice, 2x more damage. So why not have Nightingale inflict a little more damage to herself, and in doing so, does more damage back to the Cave Sickle. So that Cave Sickle is taking, or Cave Sickle Purple, number 2, is taking 4 damage, and it has a health of 6. So not quite dead, but not quite alive. It's like it's in a constant state of sleep paralysis. That was from the Bo Burnham special that recently came out on Netflix. So with that said, she has to then exhaust her spell, and that does include Nightingale's turn. But honestly, she did a lot of damage there, and I'll exhaust her initiative card there. So those Cave Sickles are not in a very good position right now, especially with these other adventures coming up in these upcoming turns. So next we have the Cave Sickles. Alright, so now it's Cave Sickles number 2's turn, since you just go in the number order, and number 1 was already killed. So we just look at their card to see what they do, make an attack if there's an opponent adjacent. There's not. So then is there an opponent within range 4? Which there is. Nightingale is within range 4, so then they will make a 4 attack and then move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage within movement range. So the Cave Sickle is rolling, because the Cave Sickle does have one other Cave Sickle within its sphere of influence. It's rolling a white and an orange. But this time around, Nightingale does have okay, so I'm just reading through the rules here just to read up on dodge, because I definitely think there's no reason why she wouldn't dodge here, and then in which case, just making sure I don't mess up the steps here. So as per usual, we have the combat pool already figured out. There's no empower die. Dodge. Check if the target will use dodge. When target by attack, figure may spend strength point to use the dodge ability. So what I'm going to do instead is actually exhaust this defensive core item to dodge for Nightingale, and then it says make a dodge roll. A figure whose dodge rolls uses dodge rolls a black die, and then for each shield rolled adds 1 to their fence. And in addition to that, as it was saying, there's also potential other benefits depending on other cards, and she does have this occult shirt which says when making a dodge roll, if you don't roll a skull, add +1 to the result, +1 shield to the result. So it's basically saying that she at least gets some success even if I don't roll shields. So she rolled all books, of course. Doesn't help her here. But because of this, it is at least 1 +1. It's +1 shield, which then equals +1 defense to her defense, which means now she has a 10 +1, 11. So she has 11 defense. And now we roll for the Cave Sickles attack. which we want less than 11. And only a 7, so that ranged attack completely misses, which is great. So now, and what's nice too is because of this card, she didn't have to actually spend a stamina to dodge. She was just able to exhaust it. So that's actually a pretty big deal. Although the dodge didn't really help much. So now we look at the remainder of the activation instructions. It says move to be adjacent to the opponent with the most damage within movement range. So that Cave Sickle is going to move right there. So they're still in cover and now within adjacent to Nightingale. And then make another attack. So we will dodge again because of Nightingale's ability, or this card, which also allows her to dodge. And then this time gives Nightingale the ability to counter if successfully dodging, which just means that by choosing to dodge, and if the attack misses, that's considered a successful dodge. So I first roll the black die to see how many, hopefully, shields I get, and it's the same result, just 4 books. So it's +1 shield, which means she now has a defense of 11. So let's hope for less than 11 here. It's a 7 and a 6. Ouch. So it's a 13. So 13 minus 11 is a 2. And then now we have to see the symbols, 2 shields, which each shield's 1 more physical damage. So it's 5 physical damage right now. Now we compare it to her armor, which is 0. So she takes 5 points of damage, which actually sounds like a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's really big. So 5 points of damage, and we'll just get 3 and 4. And she has a total of 12. So right now she's at 12 plus 3 is plus 2. Okay, so she's actually got 17 health, I guess. So actually that's not, 8, 9, 17 minus 9, 8. My math's bad right now. Is 8. So she's only got 8 remaining. And what's not good is this Cave Sickle will do the follow-up ability, which is inflict poison, force 9. Oh yeah, so as we discussed, I think we've had this happen once before. To inflict poison, it's a ability like check, which means spell like ability. I mean, so called spell like whenever. Spell-like ability printed on the follow-up must always be used against the figure that was the target of the attack. These spell-like abilities represent... Okay, so force. Then the figure using this ability does not add anything to the force value. Each target must make a conviction check. So her conviction is 2 purple. And I don't think she has any good passive conviction type abilities. So she just rolls 2 purple, and then if a target of the spell failed their conviction check. So I just need to make each target, the total is equal to or greater the spell's resisted. So I just need a 9 or higher. Oh my god. I got a 10. So no poison for Nightingale. And then that thankfully concludes this Cave Sickle's turn. So Cave Sickle number 1 is done. And now we move on to Cave Sickle number 3 down here. And they don't have an opponent Jason as Nightingale within line of sight, or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just out of range. So then can it move and attack an opponent within range of 4? So it only has to move, I think, here to be within range. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So by moving just to that space, it's now within striking distance of Nightingale, and it will now make a ranged attack, which it will use a white and orange die. This time, you know what? Sure. Why not? She has the stamina for it, so she'll spend a stamina to dodge the attack, which gives her, again, this black die. This time 1 shield, which is just 1 shield because this only works if... oh wait, never mind. It does add to that. So if you don't roll the skull, add +1 to the result. So she rolled 2 shields technically, which is adding 2 to her defense, so now she has a defense of 2, so 12 defense. So now we roll. Oh my gosh, that doesn't count. So now we roll for the cave sickle, and it's 11. So that 12 actually was really important because now that was a complete miss, and that ends the cave sickle's activation. So we will exhaust their card and now move on to Rook's turn. Alright, so for Rook, we do his status update phase, and he already has 3 stamina, so normally he gets to get 3 back, but you can only have a max of 5, so then he only just gets 2 back, which is fine. And now, unexhaust any abilities, which he doesn't have any to exhaust, so he will just go ahead and use his full movement. He'll start off by using a movement action, and he'll go 1, 2, and that's green terrain, so he will have to go 3, 4, 5, 6. This kind of stinks for him because he is still really far back there, even though now he's moved his full movement points. For each additional stamina spent, add 2 to the movement value. So I could have him spend another stamina to go 1, 2, and then 1 more stamina to go 1, 2. And if he did 1 more stamina, well, actually, let's see. Let's get creative here. So, no, okay, magic, that doesn't do anything. Oh, okay, so mend. Oh, okay, interesting, perfect. This is a great opportunity to show this off. So, he can do a heal here, which, as denoted, discard. Oh, I have to spend a yeah, never mind. It wasn't as exciting as I thought. So I spend a stamina point, and then a hero within sphere of influence gains 6 health. So I'm still gonna do that. I was but then it says on his mend ability that when these tokens are spent to heal an ally other than yourself, you gain a stamina point. So essentially the net is 0. He doesn't actually have to spend a stamina to use this heal on Nightingale. So I discard the healing token, and then in return that will allow Nightingale to heal 6 health, which is still good. But then he's still stuck with just 2 stamina, and I don't think because if he moves to be adjacent to that other cave sickle, it doesn't really do him anything except put him right next to that cave sickle. So do I just leave him there? Now, but because then I'm also worried he's just kind of blocking the path, so that I should at least move him out 1 more. I'll just go ahead and do that. So then he'll spend another stamina to go 1, 2. And maybe that will conclude his turn. And obviously here, you can understand the benefit of having some sort of ranged attack, which he doesn't have. In fact, none of my characters have ranged attacks, so except I guess the spell that that Nightingale uses. So with that, even though kind of a boring turn, that's essentially all that Rook is going to be able to do. So we'll move on then to Zeke. For Zeke, he's starting in... He's not starting in terrain, so actually I should take that back. So first, unexhaust his Blade Works, and his short swords get unexhausted as well, and then he gains 3 stamina back. 1. Okay, so he's first going to use the stamina to move. Oh, I gotta check to see if he has any movement. No, he doesn't. Okay, so he first spends the stamina to move, and for 1 there, and then 2, 3 to move there because this is difficult terrain, and then 4, 5, 6. Does he want to spend more stamina to kind of move a little further? And I guess why not? So he'll spend another stamina to go 1, 2, and then, you know, why not? Let's go 1 more stamina to go. Actually, what am I talking about? 1, 1, 2, and he has an interesting choice here. Yeah, you know what? Okay, so technically I would have to make this decision now. But what I'm thinking of doing is trying out one of these throwing knives, and I just roll basically a purple. I just use, as long as an enemy is within line of sight and range 4, I roll a purple die, and then they just they take that much damage, subtracting their armor, which they have 0 armor. So I think it's actually an automatic kill, which means moving adjacent to that cave sickle won't really do me anything. So I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, I'm going to do it. So I'm going to spend this throwing knife. It costs no stamina or anything. So I discard that, and I get a roll purple die. See, and I just need 2 or more. Yeah, it only has 6 health, so 2 or more does it, which I think is okay. Well, I got the very bare minimum. Yeah, but it definitely only has 2 health, so that would kill this cave sickle. And by killing the cave sickle, Zeke happily will take a loot card, which was 6 coins. Add that to the pile, and now his turn is done. I could have used my last stamina point to move adjacent to that cave sickle, and then I would have been able to exhaust my swords for basically a free, or my Blade Works for a free attack. So even though with 0 stamina, that's what kind of makes this card really powerful, is that he can still make an attack with 0 stamina if he's adjacent to something. But I felt those, save the stamina and take advantage of the fact he has 2 of these throwing knife consumables. If I was playing a campaign game, maybe I would have saved the throwing knives because it is a consumable, which I don't think you just automatically get back at the end of a game or an encounter. So there's that, but I have not used it yet, so figured why not take advantage of showing you guys what throwing knives look like. Alright, so at this point, his turn will be done. He does have a juice box, but the juice box is just healing of 3, and right now everyone's pretty good on health, so no reason to drink the juice box yet. Now, that will end Zeke's turn, and we move on to Remy. Okay, so for Remy's turn, she unexhausts all of her stuff, which she doesn't have anything to unexhaust, so she simply just gets 3 stamina back. Now for her turn, I think this might be a good opportunity to use her avian flight. So typically you spend a movement to 1 stamina to move, but she has an ability on her card called avian flight, and that was a little embarrassing. And so as it says here, she makes a move, and then Remy has flight for the duration of this movement. This ability may not be used if Remy has less than damage than half. So she's heavily damaged. She can't use flight, which she's not. And what does... Okay, now you're probably wondering, well, that sounds interesting. What does flight mean? Well, first of all, just to make clear she has these huge wings on her back. So that, at least thematically, is why, but I guess she has this flight ability. And then in terms of what flight actually does, I'm going to try to quickly find it and read off the ability in the handy dandy rulebook here, if I can get to it in a timely manner, just because I want you guys to see it, and I also am a little unclear on not remembering exactly what flight does, and I apologize for the delay. Flight. Of course, it's one of those abilities that just has to be kind of found manually. And honestly, I guess one thing that I could have easily done by now, which you probably will automatically realize is worth doing by watching me struggle, is using post-it notes to save the pages that you're going to be referencing the most, which definitely tags is going to be one of them. So flight. A figure with this tag ignores the effects of all terrain except obstructing terrain. While moving, figures with flight ignore other figures and only provoke break attacks from opponents who were adjacent to them at the start of the move, action, or the ability that gave them flight. Okay, so pretty self-explanatory, but I just wanted to read it anyway. And that means they get to ignore this dangerous terrain, which is thematic. She gets to fly right over it. So, and she also gets to ignore the fact that she's on this green terrain. That would normally cost her 2 to move out of, but she's flying, so she doesn't need to worry about that either. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And she obviously could then fly over the dangerous terrain over here, but she did use up her 6 movement points. She could spend another stamina to go like 1, 2, and then another one to go 3, 4. However, then she's going to be at a little bit of a risky situation. But why not? Let's just do that. Let's just say she spends 2 more stamina to go 1, 2, and then 3, 4. Really taking advantage of her wings to get her in a prime position next to that cave sickle. And although she now has 0 stamina, or 1 stamina left, that's not enough for an attack action. She has no abilities or cards that give her an attack. She does have throwing knives, okay? So she could throw knives at it, try to kill it that way. Okay, why not? Let's just say she throws her knives. Because I'm not playing this as a campaign, so let's just have fun. She's throwing a knife right next to the cave sickle, and deals immediately 7 damage. So actually, if I knew I was going to roll a 7, I probably would have said, yeah, let's just do that. So the 7 damage with 0 armor is actually enough right there to kill the cave sickle outright. And that means another loot card, and this time it's an 8. And now her turn is done. And so that is Remy's turn. And that then concludes round 3. That will bring us to round 4. So as with the start of the last round, we get to remove Cave Sickle card 1 through 3 as their initiative card, since they're all dead. And then I'll add in, so this is a 3, this is a 1, so just to keep track of time, I'll put those 2 out, just signal we're on round 4. We update the initiative deck. Although at this point, I think you guys can hopefully see it doesn't really matter so much, but this technically is how to play the game. So Nightingale first, Remy second, Zeke third, Rook last. Okay, so now I actually kind of want to look at the conditions real quick, because I want to maximize everything here. Make sure we get to that blue loot So, win condition, an adventure ends their turn on the blue exit. Now, with that said, I don't really want to do that before we get to checking out that blue token. Um, and so, with that in mind, since Nightingale's first, she has. Actually, I don't even think she has the ability to make it that far anyway. So, first of all, we'll just do her turn. She gets to unexhaust all of her cards. She gets 3 stamina back. 2, 3. And then she'll move, so she spends a stamina for that, and she will move 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And technically, okay, you're like, well, could she finish this round? Actually, let me put her back here, because then maybe Rook can finish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can spend a stamina. So we'll just put her back there, just in case something crazy happens. And with that, I don't think there's anything else she can do of importance. So she will end her turn there, and then we'll move on to Remy's turn. All right, Remy will unexhaust everything, which there was nothing to unexhaust, so she gets 3 stamina back. And now she's on solid ground. She's landed. She's no longer flying, and there's no reason to spend this two stamina to get her to fly again. So she can just spend a stamina to move, and then I think so she'll move 1, 2 to be right adjacent to that blue loot token, and I want to say that okay, so activating a loot token does count as stamina. So I'll just assume I won't take time to make sure I'm doing it exactly right, but I'm going to assume that she can spend a stamina and then basically picks up the loot token or whatever you want to, however you want to say it, and then we get to read the secret text for the blue loot. And again, apologize if you're not probably going to be able to read it real well, but it says that you find a pile of treasure, gain 2 random consumables. In addition, finding this box will look good when getting graded. Gain 2 bonus points. So, let's just remember we got 2 bonus points. I don't have a piece of pen and paper with me, so 2 bonus points. Yay, good job, Remy. And then, interesting enough, here she's the outcast of the group that people don't have high expectations for, and she's helping the group get bonus points. So, if you're into the theme of this game, I find that kind of funny. Okay, so random consumable. I think because loot level is 1, we have to pick from these only the mundane consumables options. And already, one question I'd have is, okay, so I've used up some consumables this game. Would those get added to this deck? Or do you not add anything back until you've used the full mundane consumable deck, and then you reshuffle them back in? So I'm not going to worry about it too much, and just pull one from the center and see what we get. And it's a mundane, it's the Bottled Blessing consumable, which I thought we maybe used one already, but at any time an ally within SOI may do one of the following: heal 3, reroll any dice you just rolled, or gain a stamina point. That sounds pretty cool. So Remy's gonna take that. So that concludes her turn, and then we will move on to Zeke. All right, so for Zeke's turn, he's not going to do anything, just because if he moves, he's actually going to make it more difficult for Rook to actually get to the exit, because when you move through now, I think it does cost 2 movement points, and there's just no need for that. So, but Zeke will technically recover all of his 3 stamina back, and then nothing to unexhaust. So we'll just say that was Zeke's rather short turn. And that leaves us with Rook. Rook also will get 3 stamina back, although at this point it doesn't really matter. And then he will spend... Well, yeah, it does matter. He does need at least one stamina back. So he'll spend 1 to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then he will spend 1 more stamina to get 2 more movement points, which lets him get to this exit space. And then, as the campaign guide says, and if an adventure ends their turn on the blue exit, that's the win condition. So we'll say his turn is over. We then read what it says. Restore adventures is the reward in red there. Restore is actually really nice. It basically means they get all their health back. They always start with all their stamina, but restore definitely means at least they get all their health back, which isn't necessarily the case all the time. So that's something important to keep in mind in this game. When you're doing encounters, it's like you don't just get to refresh everything at the end of the encounter, depending on how the campaign book works out. So anyway, reward is restore, which like I just said is a pretty big deal. And then it says continue to wrong way, page 8, which is a bunch of flavor text in the campaign book. And since this is more of a instructional and a review, I won't read through all. Well, it's just I won't read through all of this, but here's wrong way. I would read that, and then it says continue to setting up camp, page 9, which is over here, setting up camp, and then it describes a bunch of additional flavor text and storyline, and then looks like there's actually a skill check here. So there's skill checks like outside of encounters that you'll be doing in the campaign mode, which is kind of cool, and I think I can imagine that really adding to the theme of the game. It really gets you into the story when you're actually doing skill checks inside the campaign book and not as well as within the encounter. But with that said, there you go. That was the completion of an encounter. Now, one thing that I'm not going to go into detail since this has already been long enough, is I, of course, would then spend all of my loot or save up my loot, but I'd have the opportunity to, I think, potentially use my loot coins to buy better items. There's probably potentially opportunity to get experience points. And then, so let's just see. I didn't even actually give myself a grade. Let's at least do that much. So, going back to the campaign book, it says grading. During this encounter, you'll be graded. Use time tokens to keep track of how many rounds. At the end of the encounter, consult the chart below to determine your score. Keep track of the score using the notes section on the adventure sheet. So we did 5 or less, so we actually were in round 4 when we finished. So that's 12 points, and then for each cave sickle, defeated 2 points, which we defeated, I think, a total of 5 plus 3, that's 8, so that's 10. So that's 22 points, plus then the 2 points that Remy found. So that's 24 points. So we did 24 points. And I'm wondering if that's going to come up in the storyline at some point. Check out the loot. So I'm just going to leave it like that, just so kind of make you guys think about maybe going after and finding this game, since you can see that there's just a lot going on and a lot to explore in this game. And I think this did a good job of covering all the major aspects, but the whole campaign aspect of this game is something that is a big part of the game as well. And then there's this huge map that honestly I don't even know if it actually is if this is just a visual reference or if you actually kind of use this to keep track of where your party is. But there's that. So I'm going to now move on to kind of giving you my initial impressions of this game. Okay, so what did I think of this game? Well, there's a lot to say, and the first thing I want to say is that I didn't even cover all of the game that comes in this box. And first and foremost, the there's a whole mini game included in the campaign where it's called like Araxis Battle Cards or something, and during the campaign you'll have the opportunity to play this kind of mini game, which is much similar to the lock mini game in Too Many Bones that you will play at various times in the campaign. Well, this game has a similar type of mini game experience that will allow you to maybe get items or whatever, or get past certain parts of the campaign. I don't know exactly how it gets implemented into the campaign, but that's part of this game that I didn't touch on in my playthrough of this encounter. And there's also familiars that your adventurers can summon, and also there's like this animorph system in the game where your adventurers can turn into animals, and then when they switch into an animal or some other type of being, they have unique abilities and that they wouldn't otherwise have, and so that's a whole system included in this game that I didn't show during this first encounter. And also, there's all this I'm calling it legacy content. That's say stop. Don't open until told. That's all. I'm pretty sure like going to be experienced throughout various parts of the campaign, and so that's kind of a unique thing that's part of this game. Is there is content you technically don't have access to right away when you start playing. So all that is omitted from this initial impressions. So keep that in mind. So with that said, let's talk about the things that I really enjoyed about this game. And for any kind of dungeon crawler type board game experience, what's most important to me is how does the combat system work? And in this game, I really enjoy what they did. First of all, I appreciate any combat system that allows you to kind of thematically put yourself in the shoes of the adventurer while they're conducting their combat. I'm not a big fan of the card play combat where you have a hand of cards, and the Gloomhaven. I'll probably get a lot of hate for this, but I'm just not a big fan of like you have cards and then I did damage. I played a card, did damage. Done. Or also that's what is done in the Lord of the Rings. What's it called? Lord of the Rings. Journey in Middle Earth. That game, card combat system. It just kind of there's just a disconnect for me, at least thematically, when conducting combat with just a card play. Well, this game uses dice combat, which right there is a plus for me. But also, I like how they connect the die to the actual combat itself, in that each die is basically representing a hand of your adventurer. So if you had no weapons, the game says you're rolling a purple die for each hand of your adventurer. Otherwise, you're rolling the die color specified by the weapon. And in the case of the short sword, it's actually also a purple die, so there's no benefit in having just a single short sword. But what you probably noticed during the playthrough for a lot of the weapons is the combo effects. So if you have two short swords equipped together, or light weapons, or a short sword with a light weapon, which in this case for Zeke it was both short swords, you get to upgrade your die to white die. And then I really appreciate that aspect of the colored die system, which has been seen before in games, but I think that I like that system of, as you get better die, better color, there's colors that represent more effective die, which give you higher number results. Better weapons have different, the better colored die, which roll higher numbers. So I really appreciate that aspect of this game. And then, of course, you have the two-handed weapons with then roll 2 die because you have both hands on that weapon. So I really can get myself into then the combat of this game because of that connection to what you're doing with your weapons. And also, I'm a big fan of this symbol, expending mechanics of the die. So not only do the die have numbers on them, but they have all those symbols, and every weapon is going to allow you to exchange those symbols for additional effects. Usually it's damage, but I'm sure there's plenty of weapons that get pretty creative with those symbols. I mean, their possibilities are endless in terms of how the game wants to take advantage of the fact that the dice also have symbols. And that's been seen in Galaxy Defenders and the Imperial Assault and Descent games with the surge abilities and all that. But I really like that system because it adds more flavor to the combat without making it exceedingly complex. And then just how combat in general is handled, I really enjoy. It's because it's pretty straightforward. Although almost every time I was actually reading through the combat steps step by step, I really enjoy the fact that you just rolling dice. Does the value is the value higher than the defense or not? If so, you just take a difference. That's the damage. You take out the armor, and then you spend the symbols. It's a pretty straightforward, relatively easy process to go through. And I appreciate that aspect of the game. And what I also really enjoyed is how the combat or spell combat is what I'm saying it is, even though that's not what the rules say. But spell combat is handled different than physical combat. And what the first game that comes to mind when I think of a game that has both physical and spell combat is a Zombicide Black Plague. Or at least it's a game in my collection that has physical combat where you have weapons and bows and crossbows in that game, and then you have some weapons that are spells, and then it's essentially handled no different than the sword or melee or ranged combat items, in that you're just rolling the die and it's does damage. But in this game, it's a completely different system. So, you have a casting roll, and then there's a force, and then the enemy's doing a conviction check. Armor is completely irrelevant. Defense is completely irrelevant. Just a completely unique system. And I just really enjoyed that they did that for this game, and that they didn't just basically have a spell follow the same rules as the physical combat does. And then that's also brings into play that you have physical damage and magic damage. And magic damage is almost better because it doesn't get negated by armor. And from my experience playing this first round, the score shot hit pretty effectively because the cave sickles only had the kind of a basic conviction of the white and purple die, and a spell starts at 6 as it is typically, so you just have to add a little more. I mean, I don't know the odds off the top of my head. It just seemed like you were more consistent with doing a spell attack, and at least with what you start with in this first encounter. So, but point being, I just really like the system that they did for spell combat. And then all of the interplay between the weapons is really well done. The fact that they have these combo abilities when it just gives you kind of a lot of fun decisions to make when you're probably equipping your adventurers for an encounter. Obviously, in this first encounter, I just did exactly what the setup told me to do, but I can see as you progress through this game that you'll have a lot of fun choices to make, and especially when you pick up cool items. Like, for example, in this first encounter, everyone in your party only had melee weapons, but we found this bearer of justice bow and arrow, which sounds really fun to use, and I'm sure I would probably equip this on one of the heroes or adventurers if I did another encounter, to at least have a ranged combat option in my party. And then tons of unique and kind of flavorful effects that this weapon has, and so I can see, without having looked at 95% of the items or weapon items in the game, lots of unique abilities and effects that they all come with. Okay, so combat's number one most important thing or aspect for me. Real quick too. I like the stamina system in the game. So typically when you play a dungeon crawl, it's like you have this many actions, done. But I like the idea in this game, and then in those games, sure, some things might cost more than one action. But in this game, you have stamina, and it makes sense to me that certain things cost more stamina than other things. Like if you want to attack, it's 2 stamina. Moving is just 1 stamina. And then with a spell, however, it's really no stamina. You just have to have a spell card that you exhaust. And then of course you have the ability that Zcast Blade works, which also is just a free attack by exhausting the card. But point being, I really enjoyed how they had the stamina system, and you can save up your stamina. That just connected with me thematically, that I can imagine myself like you're doing all of this. 2 attacks is 4 stamina. You're swinging your weapon or pulling your bow. It just takes up a lot of energy. And then whereas if you just rest a turn, you regain your stamina at the beginning. 3 So that whole system I appreciated. But the other big aspect of a dungeon crawler game that will make or break the experience for me is how is the AI handled. And so far, in my first playthrough of Middara, I really enjoyed how the AI was handled in this game. These cards, and actually, I just noticed there's a ton of flavor text on the back that I didn't go through in my playthrough here, but there's that as well. But these character intelligent combatant activation cards are very well done. Obviously, I've only had the experience of one type of enemy so far, but based on this one enemy, I think there's just so many ways this game could go in terms of how the enemy is handled. And the instructions are pretty straightforward, easy to follow. And I really enjoyed the passive aspects too of the enemy. Like this cave sickle gets more powerful as they combine, and I'm kind of picturing like a video game in my head of enemies just kind of slowly getting closer and closer together. And as they get closer together, they're getting stronger, and so I thought that they handled that kind of passive ability really well, and it provides a sense of urgency to start killing these things off as fast as possible because they're going to start clumping together, and once you have four within the sphere of influence, that's a huge detriment. Like we fortunately didn't have to experience that, but they would then be rolling 2 green die and a black die, plus their defense is added boosted by 2. So that was really cool in my opinion, and the AI system in general just seemed very thematic. But that again was just one enemy that I really can talk about. So I would like to assume that carries over to all the other intelligent combatants in the game. So kudos to the AI system, and the rules do a good job of providing details as to, okay, well, if X, Y, and Z is true, do this. If you can't move, do this. If you need to damage, then it does a pretty thorough job in the rulebook of explaining all of the kind of fringe cases that typically are really frustrating dealing with in a lot of cooperative dungeon crawler games, where you try your best to follow what the enemy is supposed to do, but then you have some niche situation where it's like, well, I can't move here and I can't move there, so then doesn't do this or that, and you're not sure. And I think Middara does a good job of making it pretty clear what you're supposed to be doing, regardless of the situation the AI is in. I appreciated the simplicity of the map setup, at least for this first encounter. I can imagine maybe it gets a little more complicated as you go through the campaign, but a lot of the terrain and map elements are printed on the tiles, so you don't really have to set up a lot of additional terrain, which I really enjoy not having to do. So that was nice. And the component quality is top notch across the board for the most part. The cards are fine. The character sheets and the enemy AI sheets I maybe wish were a little thicker in quality, but honestly, it's hard to complain too much about that. The tokens themselves were fine quality wise, but really the map tiles with that kind of raised terrain features really makes the game look attractive on the table. Plus, the miniatures themselves are of high quality, and even though there's 6-sided die, the die themselves look nice and feel nice. So I do appreciate the components that came with this game, and overall the thematic nature of the game is there's something to be said about that. I'm not a big JRPG person. Traditionally, I played RPG games, but maybe not of like the JRPG type specifically. So that genre isn't something that I necessarily have been a huge fan of in my lifetime, but it really comes through in this game well. The names of these items are obviously humorous, such as the badass leather jacket, or the vitality juice box, or the magic balm. And I kind of appreciate the tongue-in-cheek nature of a lot of that. And the flavor text that you read in the campaign book and on the character sheets themselves is entertaining. So I think the game does a good job of being consistent with the theme throughout the whole game. And the rulebook did seem pretty complete. Now, it is a 60 some 70 page rule book, so there is a lot of rules, but it did seem to capture every aspect you need to play the game, and including any kind of niche or fringe cases, which again, just like AI management, which I was just talking about, can become frustrating for me. Rules in general for these big adventure, dungeon crawler games, is really important for me too. Just that, in terms of being clear and concise, and making sure that when the you know A, B, and C occur, okay, you know what to do. But even when X, Y, and Z occur, the rules also explain those situations. I hate when it's kind of X, Y, and Z are kind of an afterthought, and if that ever happened in a game, like I guess the designers either A, didn't think about explaining what happens in case of X, Y, and Z, or they felt what was the need of adding more text to the rule book than they have already done. So, or they feel the players will infer correctly what to do in a case of X, Y, and Z. But this rule book is pretty thorough, so I appreciate that. And then finally, just the deep story of this game. Like, this campaign book is huge. Like I was just showing you, there's also a bunch of flavor text on all the character cards and enemy intelligent combatant cards, and flavor text on all the weapons and items and disciplines. And there's just so much content in this game to absorb. It's pretty ridiculous, and I can't imagine many other, if any other, dungeon crawler game in existence that really compares to this game in terms of the level of text to consume. This game might be number one in the history of dungeon crawler games. Now, with that, all those positive things said, there were a few things that were frustrating for me. Now, the first one was just kind of the unique vocabulary they decided to use in this game. And again, I just said how I'm not a big JRPG fan, so maybe some of the terminology in this game are commonplace for those JRPGers in the world, in which case, okay, I'm a novice, don't yell at me. But for example, the fact that abilities are called disciplines, like it sounds more like a job category than like an RPG category. Like I'm thinking I would wish they just called them abilities, right? Or ability tracks or whatever. But okay, fine. But then the disciplines themselves are like weird names. So you have subterfuge, don't know what that necessarily implies. Curor, don't know what that implies. Sanctus, don't know what that implies. Assemblage, again, don't know what that implies. They sound like they're very heavily Latin based. So maybe if I was better at my Latin, I would know what those meant or referred to. Obviously, once you start playing the game, okay, it doesn't really matter from a gameplay perspective. But martial arts, okay, that's fighting, and that I was able to understand. But Kruor apparently has something to do with spells. I mean, in the game, the rulebook does describe actually what they thematically mean or are meant to mean. But just the fact that at first glance, it's like, what do these things mean? And it just kind of doesn't get you into the game as fast as it may have if they were called things that I automatically understood what they meant, like fighting abilities, spell abilities, support abilities, and even though that maybe those types of terms were too basic for the designers, to me, I wouldn't have minded that personally. And then you have other situations such as just calling the AI characters intelligent combatants. To me, that first implied intelligent combatants are the ones that are player controlled, but those are actually called command combatants. And command combatants are the player controlled, like non-adventure units, and then intelligent combatants are actually the enemy AI units. And again, I feel like the game's trying to get fancy with terms here to try to make this game more unique, but it is unique in terms of just the mechanics. So there's no need to get unique with the wordings of things. Again, just my opinion. And then just spells. Again, you have force is like, I don't even know how to describe it, like your spell check die roll, and then conviction is your spell defense, I guess. And I don't know, again, if I'm supposed to understand that concept, if that terminology is used in other types of genres of games like force and conviction. I've never personally come across those words used to describe spell combat before. So once you read through the rules, you understand what those words are supposed to mean mechanically, but thematically, it just is like something I've never really come across before. And again, it was like, why can't it just be spell attack value and spell defense value? Okay, but minor gripe, just something I personally was bothered with. It's definitely a little overwhelming to play as a solo player. I maybe mentioned that earlier. Obviously, some people would have a lot of fun playing this as a solitaire player and playing with four adventurers. Great for those people. But if you wanted to find an adventure game that is strong for just a solo experience, I would definitely understanding what you're getting yourself into with this game, because there's just a lot to manage as one player. And I would say that's no different than any kind of dungeon crawler experience that you want to play solitaire with multiple characters. But the thing in this game, since it's a big campaign and the campaign kind of wants you to play with four adventurers, you're more or less locked into that, and therefore, are you okay playing with four adventurers? And for me, I feel like it would be difficult to kind of enjoy this game playing with four adventurers opposed to playing by myself, or playing one adventure and then maybe with three other friends who are then in charge of the other adventures in the game. But just something to point out. And it takes up lots of table space, as you probably saw when I was doing the high level shot. The map itself was pretty small, but then you have all of these cards for your characters that you want to have eyesight of, to easily reference, and the AI character cards and the initiative track. And then just off to the side, you have all of the the loot cards and items and equipment. And if you were playing a campaign game, you would have probably a whole table like this set up indefinitely, because as you can imagine, putting this all back and taking it out again over and over again over a 400-page campaign would get really exhausting really quick. So that's another kind of complaint I have. But related to that, I also wish there was just more organizational components, both for the box. The game just comes with the miniature holders, the tray for the miniatures, which probably isn't worth keeping, but maybe, and is probably meant just more for safe shipping when the game was being shipped, so the miniatures didn't break. But with that said, sure, I think that there is a broken token or some sort of organizer that's sold separately that you can get for the game. And I don't think that's uncommon these days for a big game like this to not really have a great in-box storage solution, and instead kind of expect players to go out and purchase a custom-made one from a third-party company. So I'm not going to say that's something that only Middara, that's a fault of just this game. Other games also, I would say, have probably have that similar issue. But for this game, it really would have been a great asset if that was just incorporated into the base game. But besides then the organization solution for in the box, having the game come with organization stuff for that actual gameplay would have been nice too. And specifically when you're managing all of your cards and equipment for each adventure, the game, like the rulebook, gives you like an outline of, hey, have your cards situated like this, but it kind of, it's hard to kind of do based on how much table space you have. So you're kind of trying to put your cards in a certain way so that they fit on your table. And if they just came with like a nice little organization tray like you have in a game like Zombicide that comes with the game, that would have been a really nice asset for this game, that you could maybe set your cards upright however you need to, and you have like your slots for your weapon cards, slots for your backpack, everything like that. And again, I know there's an add-on for player adventurer mats so that you can use those to help organize your adventure cards, but that's again something that you would have to pay extra for, and the base game already costs a lot. So if you really want to pay 30-40 bucks more just to get something that in my opinion could have come with the game, is a little of a something that's a little hard to swallow. And also just organizing all of these different item decks, because every item has basically 4 classes, depending on the mundane, common, rare, ultra rare, whatever, uncommon. And you have like 6 or 7 types of classes of items, from weapons, armor, core. Oh, and that's another unique word, core. Like what the hell? What the heck is core? Like, is that a common word that's used in board games or JRPGs? Like, I've never heard of that term used as an item class. I've heard of accessories, but apparently accessory in this game is different than core. Anyway, and this looks like an accessory to me. Like, right? Doesn't that look like visually? I mean, anyway, that was another one that I wanted to mention. But going back to organization, organizing all this cards is going to be a pain. So I wish the game came with an organization tray for that. I hate to compare it to other games, but Kingdom Death Monster did come with a relatively nice organizational tray for all the cards in that game. So something like that for this game would have been really nice. I understand all this stuff costs extra money, and it's hard maybe for the publisher to justify the cost of these types of things without then increasing the price of the game. Nonetheless, I'm just pointing that out as something that's going to be a challenge for players of this game, is dealing with organizing all of these different cards. And then also related to this same topic, keeping track of your character's own defense and health and abilities is challenging. So like this badass leather jacket gives me +1 armor and +4 health, and then the character sheet of course has the base values. So I kind of have to always do a visual check every time I'm taking an attack. So what's my total armor again? What's my total defense again? What's my total health again? I wish there was a system in place that made it easy for you to do like a dial system or something for at least your health, defense, and armor that you can easily turn or whatever to update as necessary based on the equipment you have. Because I felt I was constantly checking that, and it's kind of frustrating to do every single time because it's hard to memorize that kind of stuff. And to have tokens then to memorize that or help you memorize that would make things even messier on the table. So that was frustrating. And then keeping health of the enemies, like, it comes with the health tokens, but there just wasn't a very good system. I'm just kind of stacking them above. You saw how I was stacking the health tokens above the 3 slots of the character card. But then I'm picking up the character card to reference what it says and putting it back down. And so that's just another aspect of gameplay organization components that I wish existed that don't for the game. So didn't really affect my enjoyment too much, but is something I wish could have been done differently. And just so many rules to reference in this game. Thank goodness they at least give you a reference card for what you do on your turn and what the different actions are. Great start, but I need 10 more of these. I need one for the attack procedure. I need one for the spell procedure. I need one for the basics of the enemy AI procedure, or intelligent combatant procedure. I need maybe a bigger chart that has all the abilities listed and all the tags listed, and another chart that tells me what all the terrain does. And all of that, yes, is included in this rulebook. But to have to reference and page through this rulebook every single time I have a question on all those topics got old very fast. And sure, if I play this maybe 10 more times, everything maybe will be completely memorized in my head. But for early players in this game, you're going to be referencing all this stuff, as nauseam. Is that the right word? Something like that. So that was kind of frustrating, and I hope the publishers realize that if they come out with like a version or a 1.5 upgrade for this game or whatever, or 2.0 upgrade or whatever the upgrade would be, to just include some more reference materials. And yes, I'm well aware I can take this rulebook to a photocopy place and copy my own rules reference sheets, but I think that's something sure, maybe the organizational components I was saying I wish the game had are a lot to ask, but just reference sheets, I think that's something that's a much more reasonable request for this game. And like the one thing that the game does give, typically in the back of a rule book, you get a bunch of reference charts, and the reference chart on the back of this rule book is just the die sides, which, okay, that is nice information. I'm glad they have a quick reference for that, because it is something that I'll probably refer to now and then, but there's definitely higher priority reference charts that I would rather have than what the die sides are. So anyway, obviously you can tell I'm a little emotional about that, but it really kind of bogs down then the gameplay of the game when you're pausing the game to determine what these things mean. But then the organization within the rulebook is a little confusing. Like I was just trying to find what a spell token did. Like it says, okay, I get these spell tokens. The Mend of Discipline gets me spell tokens. Okay, well, what does a spell token do? Or sorry, heal token. It gets me heal tokens. Well, how do I use a heal token? And I had to bounce around a few different places within the rulebook just to find how to appropriately use a heal. And that, and it wasn't like a ton of rules. None of these things have tons of rules to them. It's like a few sentences of rules. But if you don't know exactly how to do the thing, you need to look it up in the rulebook. And then you have to. But the problem is, this rulebook is laid out in a way where a lot of things are kind of hidden around, and they have an index, but the index isn't always complete because sometimes you want to find an ability, and then you don't know it's an ability, so you don't go to the ability page. I mean, so anyway, I could go on more about that, but just more reference cards or documentation for this game would be extremely beneficial to play this game without, taking time looking through the rule book so often. But with all of those kind of negatives said, it does not take away from the fact that this is still a very well designed board game. It's extremely impressive. Like I said, I really enjoyed the combat system. It didn't seem boring. It didn't seem like it was the same old thing. I felt like I liked the fact that you kind of had it was not a big resource management system, but it was a resource management system. How much stamina do you want to expend on your turn, knowing that the enemy very well may get to go before you next time, and then knowing that if you have 0 stamina, you may not be able to dodge an incoming attack, which typically you want to try to be able to do just to prevent some damage. And the whole combat, I've already talked at length about how much I like the combat in the game, and I really enjoyed the spell system in the game, and I can only imagine the unique kind of spells they have. Oh, one other kind of negative I have is there's like these 5 abilities you have, or skills you have. You have presence, lore, agility, perception, and strength, and they seem only relevant for skill checks, which seem to just be kind of randomly thrown in, like, oh, do a skill check for this or do a skill check for that. I wish the skills were more ingrained into the actual gameplay of the game. What I mean to say is, like, so there's a lore skill check, or there's a lore skill, like maybe that somehow impacts the effectiveness of a spell. There's a presence skill, so maybe that somehow impacts your ability to activate one of the totems on the board. Strength maybe somehow impacting your attacks, and then the agility somehow being relevant for when you're moving, and just taking advantage of these skills more often, because it seemed kind of baked on to the game, and is more of an afterthought, like, oh, let's just have skill checks for whatever, for things here and there. But that also still doesn't detract from my overall positive opinion of this game. It's something that I really would want to play again. My one concern is it's such a table hog that I would probably only want to play this if I'm going to commit several weeks to play this game through from start to finish. It's not a game that I could imagine playing the campaign, like starting the first few encounters of the campaign and then coming back to later. I feel like I would have to actually commit myself to playing it all the way through, and like I just said, playing all of this through by myself seems like it would be a challenge, so I would then want to find 3 other friends that would be willing to play this through completely with me, which is a challenge to, of course, coordinate schedules with 3 other people. But that's the reality of any big dungeon crawler experience game like this, so I can't really have that impact my overall opinion of the game, or my overall first impression of the game. And I want to make that clear. This is a first impression, so I definitely know there's a lot more to explore in this game. But with that said, I'm excited to see what the Act 2 and Act 3 parts of my Kickstarter project that I backed will include for this game. But with that said, I'm also quite content with all the content in this Act 1 part of the game. And that's we can't ignore that there's actually still more content that are, that's part of the Kickstarter that I backed at least. Um, and that's crazy to think about because it seems like there's already so much in this first game, but at the same time, the way this game is designed, I can see how there could be just tons more content for so many aspects of the game, whether it's just more types of equipment, more types of enemies, more types of adventures you get to play with. There's just so much in this game, and but because there's so much in this game and so many types of things in this game, you can have much more of each of the types of things in this game. More terrain, for example, even types of terrain I could imagine. So with all that said, definitely check this game out if you're into dungeon crawler experiences. If you really appreciate, the other major dungeon crawler type games such as a Gloomhaven or, like I said, Kingdom Death Monster, or the Descent or Imperial Assault type games, because this would definitely be right up your alley. It's got a unique theme, and a lot of unique mechanics, a lot of unique ideas that I really appreciate. Everything does come together quite well, in my opinion. So with that said, one comment: it's possible I may have made some mistakes when playing through the encounter. So if I did, please put that in the comments below for the sake of other people watching this video, so they don't make the same mistakes that I made, and so that I also don't make the same mistakes again. But thanks so much for watching all this. I know it was a long series of videos to cover this whole game, but I appreciate you sticking it through to the end if you did watch everything. My name's Nick with Talking Cardboard, and hope to see you guys next time.